Hey everyone, how are we? Am I darker than usual? Is that better? Is there less light than it normally is? Am I going crazy? Hey everyone, Hyondra, Artemis, Sion, Bob. Good until I started speaking. I got terrible news for you then about the rest of the stream. Hey Vish, do you have OPR? Not yet. I'm hoping I will get it. It's a work in progress, I'm told. A work in progress, which means maybe soon. Maybe soon. So there's a little bit of a question over exactly how we start and how we watch these with that in mind. Because presumably once we get OPR, that'll be a lot more insightful and we get to see a lot of different things. So what I actually wanted to do is I wanted to look at the games I didn't see. Because even though I was at the event and we co-streamed all of the playoffs, because I was casting the group stage on the B stream, it means I saw a lot of Rock Esports play, but not a lot of everyone else play. Only watch the B streams to help me secure my bag. Thanks, Sion. I hope you enjoyed all those Rock games. Did Hunter kill Hex and take his? No, Hex was. I think Hex was only booked for the first 2 days. They were like they were unrelated. I think. Hold on. Yeah, I think obviously the way it works when you're on, like, obviously I wasn't on the main stream, I was on the B stream, so I was not part of the big dog crew. But Hunter obviously was part of the big dog crew. So it did mean Hunter and Hex got to meet for the first time. And I think it was something like, I think Hunter and Hex were in the car together on the way to the venue, on like the shuttle. And it was something like they introduced themselves to each other, and then Hex was like, "Oh, you're the guy who said I needed to be killed." And Hunter was like, "Yeah, that was me." So they met, they got on. It's been unofficially blacklisted. Officially unblacklisted. I don't know, like, these are separate things. Because people were making a lot of establishment-based comments, I guess, over the weekend. But they're just like they're separate entities, you know? Separate, what do you call them? Booking agents. So I was actually booked as a remote caster, technically. But I was actually just in Riyadh at the time. So they set me up with like a little room. Where I was able to cast from, which was like it was like a little private space. I think it was mainly for the streamers and stuff who were going to stream from the event. But it was like a nice little space, had the room to myself and all that. So it was nice to have like the privacy. They looked after me in my little backroom casting setup. Julian was not at Riyadh. No, Julian was in Germany. I think that's where he lives. I do not have Dima's I do not have Dima's text to speech on anymore. So that was a one-time special, only in Riyadh. SpongeBob exclusive, that stream. Is my opinion Esports World Cup or Dallas was better? Yeah, Esports World Cup was better. I think both there's like 2 ways of saying it. Or two main distinctions of like how you rate an event, right? In terms of like the actual tournament itself, you know, was the tournament entertaining? Were the games entertaining? Were the matches entertaining? Was it compelling? Overwatch? And the answer was yes, I think. The tournament itself was actually super compelling. The group stage was wild as fuck, right? What a series of upsets and unexpected results and scary and unexpected storylines we saw in all of these groups and all of the tiebreakers, and that was exciting. And then the single in playoffs, I think, maybe actually not quite underwhelmed, but there was like a lot of those games were quite one-sided. Maybe there was still an element of region gap in some of these, but Yeah, the semi-finals were great. I think the grand finals itself was pretty good considering considering how one-sided it was. So I think it worked in that sense. In terms of the actual event, as in like to go to the event, to attend the LAN, what was the experience like? I think like second to none. Like speaking to the players especially who were there for a lot longer. Like I was very much like because of how I attended the event, in the sense that I was hired by SSG as a co-streamer, I fell very much outside the, I guess, the main organization in terms of the Esports World Cup itself, looking after the teams of the players. But every single player I spoke to, every single coach I spoke to, every single manager I spoke to, really couldn't speak highly enough of the hospitality, how well looked after they were, all the stuff that was made available to them to make sure they were comfortable, able to practice properly, and all of this. So I think in terms of that, really second to none in terms of any other event that I've been to and that they've been to. I think the actual production value, really classy, right? I think the stage setup was cool. All the somebody's gonna have to tell me the technical word for this, but all the fucking CGI they did on stage, it's not CGI, but what's it called? There's a word for it. But all that fucking stuff was really good. I thought the production itself handled it all really well. I thought I enjoyed the desk. I was obviously very happy to see Hunter on the desk. I think he did well. I think McGravy was really good as well. A great asset. And obviously Jake is always good. Nice to see Puckett back as well, right? I don't think when you look for like a esports host, you can't really ask for anyone better than Puckett. Avril, no, I don't think the OWCS broadcast is changing. This is just my interpretation of it, not based on any inside information. But from what I understand, the OWCS is like, it's quite like a set team in terms of there are only this many jobs, and the people who we've seen on the OWCS broadcast were hired for the length of the year, the length of OWCS. Yeah, like I think you're right. Under like the grand finals weren't great, but I think what really helped is the fact that the semi-finals were the same day. The fact that we got that crazy Raccoon Falcons game was super good. Again, even though it was a 4-1. Super entertaining to watch. Loads of the maps came down to the last fight, all of this. The Zeta Division Toronto game, what a fucking series that was, right? So then when we get a bit of a one-sided final, we've actually seen two really good series already that day. So it's sort of it's like softens the blow essentially. Did the event think for viewership? I don't know. Like, I don't have like any sort of connections or talk of what their expectations were. What was it, like 30k on the mainstream, plus boosted quite heavily by some of the co-streamers they have? I think that's probably fine in reality, right? For a consider it was like essentially a new channel to Overwatch fans. So yeah, I think it was probably fine, really. Am I co-streaming Korea next week? Probably. I need to figure out a lot of my future schedule. In terms of like what my plan is, in terms of like picking up OWCS again. There's a sort of weird thing where I feel like the Esports World Cup was such a big event that is worth why am I choking? Worth giving it loads of attention. But also the Overwatch action actually kicks off again relatively soon, right? So need to also tune into all of that. So to answer the Korea one, is it the exact same format? Maybe I can, if I do this. All right, can I? Let's have a goose, shall we? Hey, Mapinlo. Is it next week? Is it that soon? Will be Asia Stage 2 qualifiers, Korea, August the 9th. Our teams are qualified. Have they changed their name again? Weren't they called something else? Weren't they called like Metamorphin Power Rangers or something? Metamong? Copyright? Oh. So now they're called Heijuk Dan. Am I saying that right? Pokemon copyright? Was Metamong was it a Pokemon? Was it like the Korean for a Pokemon? Okay, here we go. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, starting the 9th, which is when? Next week? Yeah, we'll co-stream that. Metamong is ditto in Korean. Ah. Yeah, I can see how there's probably a world where the Pokemon copyright team have that covered. And don't want somebody else using it. But yeah, we'll watch this. It'll be interesting to see because presumably a lot of these teams, like especially Falcons and especially Crazy Rookie, I mean all of them really, all of the ones that are at the mate or at for World Cup, we're gonna expect to see like a dip in maybe performance or like effort essentially. But yeah, we'll co-stream it. We'll tune in for the Korean action. Is the Zest team an org? No. They're really good though. They're really good. We got to scrim them during the boot camp, and they're actually really fucking good. I think Lee Soo-min, really good. Mag, as much as he might be, a certain podcast might have given Mag a certain reputation. He's actually really good. Zest is obviously a top quality DPS player, and Seonjun actually, honestly, playing against Seonjun on low ping actually impressed me way more than all the times I've seen him on TSM. We SSG, yeah, when I was watching the SSG scrims of a Korea boot camp. So I think this team's actually really good. Yeah, when I soloed them, they actually trounced me. Is Yunjin going to be starting over Prophet? I think they've got a pretty standard setup from what I saw, where it's like if it's a hit scan map, Prophet is obviously in for the hit scan. If it's a flex DPS, Zest is in, and these are their primary hit scan, primary flex DPS. And if it's ever a situation where they think they might need a second flex DPS to play the map or whatever, that's when Sunjin comes in. Is he playing more than Prophet? At least when we scrimmed him, yes. It depends on the meta, right? But I think we saw at the Esports World Cup, even though there was a lot of double flex DPS, it was really viable. I think we saw teams with Ents especially. Like, Ents had a lot of success with this. Now, there was actually a really good amount of hit scan once we got to the finals, right? I think Toronto obviously really lent into that with merit. And even then, Lip played plenty of hit scan. Proper played actually primarily hit scan, if I'm not mistaken, right? I didn't see a lot of these group stage games, but once we got to playoffs, it felt like Proper was really on like Cassidy for long parts of this series. Did Lip or Heesang play better at the Esports World Cup? I don't know, really. They both played quite well. Do I know what time, as in like time of the day? I imagine it'll be similar to last time, right? Where they're quite early, like morning games. Let's go to the full group stage. Yeah, 9 a.m. British time it's starting, 9:30, 10:30, 12, and then this, I imagine, will be the pattern every day. Yeah, that'll be the pattern every day. For 3 weeks? There's an extra game here. Afternoon, Dinosaur. You alright? You heard some things about Blizzard abandoning WDG because they only care about Faceit, so WG couldn't even change the format because Blizz wouldn't buy to their suggestions. And that they are going broke too. Who's going broke, Blizzard or WDG? Because all the announcements for this tournament were still in the WDG like Discord and stuff, right? So they're still running it, as far as I know. Shu was goated. Yeah, unbelievable. Really happy that Shu won MVP, actually. I think, because I've got a plan for a video, which is a team of the tournament. You know, you've probably seen these sort of things if you watch like any kind of traditional sports or something. You'll probably have to get like, the team of the week or the team of the tournament for, say, the Euros or something. That'll be announced by the tournament or by a lot of websites that cover it. So I want to do a video like that, but I think I want to do it with someone. So what I'll do is I'll pitch my team of a tournament and they'll pitch their team of a tournament and we'll try and come to some kind of conclusion. But one of the things that the other person actually suggested was part of the problem is, wouldn't the team of a tournament basically just be Crazy Raccoon? Wouldn't it just be Crazy Raccoon? Maybe like Crazy Raccoon with someone or something. So what we might do is a team of a tournament, but you're restricted to one player from a team. You know? So that would make it like a much more interesting, I think, conversation and give us an opportunity to highlight a lot of players who maybe aren't, who otherwise wouldn't, and maybe like get the same nod. So I'll try and do that. So I'll try and do that at some point this week. And then, I mean, it should be quite easy to get. It'll be like kind of like just a one take thing. The kind of inspiration, I think, is a lot of, if you've seen these videos in like football or something where they just do like a couple of people are around and they debate who their team of a tournament is or anything like that. Do it on Uncoachable. No, I think we've got other plans for Uncoachable. We're trying to sort of guess now in terms of who we want on. And then we're hoping to record it as soon as possible and get it out as soon as possible as well. Just need to confirm a guess, really. Every time you guys praise Face It for making changes fast, WG can't even do the same changes because they need approval from Blizz, which Blizz doesn't give a shit, so people start flaming WDG. Is there anything that WG haven't done that they've really been flamed for, though? The format? Oh, as in, like, just like the tournament structure, right? So WDG, because it's going to be the same, right? So this sort of big group stage into seeding decider and play-ins into a final playoffs, right? So WDG wanted to change this, but they weren't allowed. That's interesting. I don't know why they wouldn't let them experiment a little bit more, as long as it's still like folded back into the like major qualification. Ooh, 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 ooh. Sauna, Cloud, Vessel, and Massa Ghost? But wait! That's just Team Finland. Max is the only player on Crazy Raccoon who didn't lose a map. We're excited to rate him in like the third tier of tanks again. So yeah, so all of these things, I think are super interesting. So I want to do, maybe I'll just map it out for you. So I want to do like a team of the tournament video, a classic TOTT. I want to do, obviously we'll do Uncoachable, as you would expect. I want to do a lot of streams like this where we just watch for VODs. So just like, I don't know what it call it, VODs. And hopefully at a certain point this turns into replay streams where we can maybe look a little bit more in detail at some of the key games and what went wrong and stuff like this. And then also off the back of this, analysis. Fuck. I don't know why I had to think so long about spelling that word. Analysis videos. So does anyone, maybe some real OGs who remember when I first started the YouTube channel, where I did a lot of videos following the Esports World Cup, like how did China get reverse swept? How did the Team USA play on Blizzard World? Why did Saudi Arabia do so well against Finland or something like this? These type of videos, you know? So when I was looking down, I actually made a list while I was on the plane of topics that I thought would be interesting. Let me refer to my documents. Wait, hold on. We jumped around topics here. I missed this message. Oh, where's my pen? So WG wanted to change the format, more player content stuff like listen-ins and player interviews for Japan and Pacific as well. but they had to wait ages. That's a shame. I don't know why. I don't know why they're so. I mean, I found this way maybe about Blizzard the entire year. How it feels like, from an investment standpoint, they're not looking to invest very heavily in Overwatch esports this year, which makes a lot of sense considering how much investment they poured into Overwatch League with little return. But they still seem quite controlling over everything in terms of they want to be in charge of this, in charge of that, and it seems to be, I guess, like stifling a lot of what people want to do with it, which seems like a really weird combination of, well, we don't want to invest in it, but we also don't want anyone else to have like that much input in it either, which seems, I mean, it's just pretty disappointing, really. Yeah, exactly, Dinosaur Cola. That's, I think, very much the same sentiment for me. Like, if they don't want to invest in it, I understand it, right? They poured money into this product, and it didn't go maybe the way they hoped it would go. Maybe that's because their expectations were just kind of bonkers to begin with. But at this point, it seems like, why not just let, if anyone else does want to invest, why not let them have more influence and more control over these things? Yeah, no reason. I mean, yeah, like, as what have they got to lose at this point, right? But yeah, so this is kind of my plan. Did I miss something? What else did I plan? Oh yeah, I wanted to start doing ratings as well. I need to maybe flesh this concept out a little bit. Because I don't know if anyone uses, maybe I'm going to, again, like, tap into the football part of the audience, but does anyone use a website like SofaScore or something in football? I feel like, what's football? Fuck's sake, Alpho. I thought that was like an interesting concept. So like, if we look at some of these esports World Cup matches, right, in theory, if we take a game, if we look at, like, say, every map in the final, in each map, let's say we have like, oh, why's my pen gone so small? We have like Someone, Sugar Free, Merit, Rupal, and Vega, and then we have, I guess for the sake of argument, just Jumbins in Hisang, Lip, Shu, and Chirong, right? And then for each, there's some questions here, so maybe you can help me out with this. So the idea would be to give them a rating, so be like, oh yeah, fucking Shu was a classic, like an 8.0 or something, and then maybe Merit was a fucking 9 or something, right? Because he fucking went off, and maybe Rupal was like a 7.2 or something like this, you know? And just kind of do a rating like this. But then if I was to do this for the entire tournament, it would maybe give like an interesting look at, oh, did they perform better in groups? Did they fail against particular comps or particular teams? Or, you know, we can maybe, and if you start, the more you fill this out over time, you get to look at really big and interesting trends. So you'd be able to see like, oh, actually, look like if I just go from memory, I might be able to look at this and say, hey, Merit had just an okay group stage, but once we hit playoffs, Merit's performances spiked. You know, he really, and this is like the sort of the narrative that's associated with Merit, is he's a big game player, right? He turns up when it fucking matters, and maybe we could see this. So lots of other games do this, right? Football do this. One of my favorite games. HLTV does this for Counter-Strike. VLR.GG, I think, has a version of this for Valorant as well. But one thing that's true with all of these things, so if I go to like VLR.GG, can I just get like a previous match? Like there's this R, right? There's this R, which is the rating, right? And the rating, is it the same as the CS rating where it's out of 2, right? But you're getting this kind of rating of like, how well a player performs. So if I've not seen this match, you know, like you'll be surprised to hear that I didn't actually tune in for KS Hunters versus a KV Sports, But I could have a little brief glimpse and go, oh well, fucking Mamonk really went off. Mamonk seems like Lin is another top performer on this team. Really carried in this series in map 1 at least, you know, or in all maps, you know, and I can break it down map by map. Everything like this. And I think this is really interesting. And I'm sure if I go to these player profiles and go like, I see like Lin really went off on some of these, and so did Mamonk. What's their rating like over time, you know? Like, I can see their rating by agent. Like, they seem to perform a little bit better when they're on whoever this is. Anyone know who this is? I don't watch Valorant. And I can start to see maybe some of these performances over time, you know? Clove, thank you, Valorant heads. So I think there's a big aspect of why can't we have this in Overwatch? And the obvious answer is the statistics, right? Because all of these ratings are generated by numbers. It's just like a statistical rating, right? So what's another way to rate players if we don't have access to all the data and all the statistics, right? Even if we start talking about FACEIT, the stats we have don't feel like they're very useful, right? In the sense of damage, eliminations, and deaths. So what if we just did our own ratings? And then there is obviously the element of bias, right? It's just a guy looking at it, saying a number he thinks of. But it's better than nothing. Better than nothing. So I was thinking about that and how to implement it. And I have like the... Thank you, Venom.
Good morning, Commander Nation.
Thank you, Venom. Thank you for the prime. So, that's good. But where does the rating come from? So, I was thinking about it, and I was like, well, the only reasonable way to rate them is to just come up with like an eye test rating, right? Which seems obviously has some inherent flaws, right? Because it will just be my interpretation of things, which won't necessarily be fair, or maybe even always accurate, but it's something. So I was thinking about that, and then there's a big question of like, you know, in like CS, you get it per map and stuff, right? So you get per map and you can add them together and have like their overall rating or something like that. So I could do something like that, right? Maybe as I go along. But the problem is just the quantity here, right? So would you rate a player per series? I can close this one now. Would you rate a player per series? Because that feels quite hard, right? Because people can have good maps, bad maps. Like, think about this Zeta Division match, right? It's quite hard. But if I did it per map, that would seem more reasonable. And then you can add them together, right? That's the easy bit, right? So this is kind of the thinking. Too many maps and heroes. Almost impossible. I guess it depends, because what it hooks on is like, could I watch a series? If I watched a series live, do I think I could accurately rate the players' performances off that? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Have to split by hero, I think. Yeah. Violet on map 7, yeah. Well, I think with the heroes, I think there's a few different scenarios, right? Because with the heroes, if they just play one hero for 100% of the series, this is really easy, right? I just rate them on Sigma. If we talk about, what if they played but if they played like 90% of the series on Sigma, and then 10% on Ramatra for like a last point, then that seems reasonable, right? That seems I can just sort of like group it together, right? But what if they play like 30% Ram, then 30% Winston, or something like this? Do I then have to divide it? Do I have to do 2 ratings essentially, like a Winston rating and a Ramatra rating? Maybe, yeah. Because I think it all hinges on whether or not I think I can give an accurate rating from a series. And that's the linchpin, I think, of this ultimately. Because then the idea past this. So if we ignore this rating problem for a second, because this is what I kind of scoped out, right? Is that we just do something like this, like there'd be a date, there'd be a tournament like EWC, there'd be a team like Toronto Ultra, there'd be an opponent like Zeta Division, and then the map. I forget what the first map was. Was it Busan? And then there was like someone in here or something, and then he played mostly Winston or something. And then, because I also put in stuff like, should I put in the bands and the fucking comps as well, right? Because there's probably an argument that it's useful data if I just say they played mostly dive versus mostly like it was a dive mirror or something. And then the rating was just like, I thought someone had a pretty good game, 7.5 or something like this, right? And then over time, I build this up and I just do the same thing, but instead of 3, 4, 5, and then it's just like, I just change the players, you know what I mean? It's like Sugar Free, Merit, Rupal, wish I could type, Vega. Really wish I could type. And something like this, and then I just went through and did whatever the equivalent was, right? Something like that, right? You should have a tournament and call it the Commander X Cup to test my ideas. Where do I get the money from? Why don't you just get Mapino to do it? Well, for filling in the data, Busan Merit was a 20. That's probably also true, to be fair. So the idea is interesting, but what it requires is a... it requires me to have confidence I can watch this map and go, oh yeah, these are the ratings. Because this bit of entering the data isn't that hard. This is the hard bit, right? This is actually like 95% of the fucking work is coming to the rating conclusion. So, do I think I can do it? Do you think I can do it? I probably got the competency, right? I'm a competent man. Nah, fuck. You need a third party for SSG ratings? Fuck. Sauna on Midtown? 10 out of 10. Philosoph Zeta Division? Let's see. Any translators? We regret to inform you that Fearless will be leaving the group as his contract has expired. He used his outstanding player skills to turn the situation around and make a major contribution to his team's victory at EWC. I'm not massively surprised. Not massively surprised, really. Hey, NSX. So, I think... wait, hold on. Yeah, Mapino covered this. This is like a Mapino carry. Absolutely outstanding work from Mapino on an unrelated note. But this one is not easy to update because it's like a lot of work. But it's easy to update in the sense that this one with just the comps are facts. You know, like Mapino just needs to go and look these up and record them. The rating is a decision, you know? It's a verdict on the player. So, is there a way to make this fair and reasonable? How can you rate without POV? Just pick a number, Danny, mate. Not really, to be fair. But is that just okay? Because there's also versions of this where it's like they do this in football where there's essentially like a player rated thing, you know? How can you rate Vega, Brig on Dorado from a broadcast POV? Well, this is the question, Danny, right? Is, will the rating be perfect? Because this is how stuff like Valorant gets around it, right? In terms of, is this rating perfect? As in, like, a perfect assessment of who played well and who didn't play well? Well, no, but it's pretty good, right? It's pretty good, and also, it's pretty fair player to player. Because it's all based off numbers, you know what I mean? So everyone's been given the same algorithm. This version would be really really opinion based, which obviously causes massive problems in terms of potentially consistency and potentially what you see on broadcast as well, right? So like Danny's point about like how do you rate a Brig is really hard. But what if I just vibed it? And then you say, is it a perfect and fair system? No. Is it going to necessarily be consistent? Maybe not. Is it going to be interesting? Yeah. Because what I would have to do in this scenario is essentially make myself God, right? And just, my opinion is the law. And that's what it is. Deal with it. And then people will disagree, but people disagree with the formulas here as well, you know? Do Twitch polls so we can rig it. Well, the other addition I thought to this, which I don't know how to implement to be fair, is I had my rating system, but also there would be like a community vote, right? And then everyone would be able to submit their ratings as well. And then it'd be like, you know, on what's it called? You guys know Rotten Tomatoes, I imagine, where you have like the critics rating and the audience rating. And then we get to see if I'm aligned with the audience. Vega and audience rating. You ain't a critic, mate? I think actually I am. Sandy, you go from 1 to 5. Why 1 to 5? Because my overwhelming instinct is to copy Sofa score. Because those are the ones I look at the most. So if I go to like a previous match... Wait, I think it was like a Man City game today. See you later. So I go to something like this. And I look at here, right? So if you look to the right here, you can see there's like a number by each player. And like 7 is okay. So then like, because what we'd also have to establish in the 1 to 10 system is what means what, you know? So in my head, I was like, just copy Sofa score, right? Where 7.0 is like, okay, you know? And then it scales up and down from there. Again, the problem with any of the HLTV or Valorant systems is they're all data-driven. So what I'm proposing isn't a data-driven system. Because there's no fucking data. You don't just use FootMob? No. I only use SofaScore. Yeah, well, that's the argument. Like, we can change the rating system, right? But that's like, not in a meaningful enough way. Not in a meaningful enough. Because in Face It, all you get is like damage, healing, deaths, and the limbs. They do not rate sofas on SofaScore, no, but good question, Bob. So we can change the scale of like 1 to 5 or whatever, or anything like that, you know. Is there a reason why 7 is the average? I actually don't know. I don't have a theory behind it. I just know from like looking at it. But what do we think? Worthwhile? You need to get a football score to see sofa ratings. Is it worthwhile? Don't worry about the numbers. Would you get some other coach? No. The problem is, and I know how this is going to sound when I say it, but the problem is, I think it only works if I'm God in this scenario, and I get to decide all the ratings. Can you rate uncoachable out of 10? We probably hit like a solid 6.5 most times. No, but like honestly, it does, right? Because I think all your ideas are good, right? In terms of, would it be better if there was a panel of judges? Yes. But what do you need if you want a panel of judges? You need people to turn up to work. Essentially, right? So do you think if I look at something like this and every time there is a series or a match, I go up to the panel and say, I need you to give me 6 ratings for this match. Some people might be quite enthusiastic at first, but I imagine the interest will fall off quite quickly. You know, so all of a sudden the idea is, oh, it's like a 3-person panel. Exactly, yeah, like it's really tedious. So I'm going to be watching most of the games anyway, right? Like I co-stream all the games regardless. Make it online so chat can vote as well. That bit does make sense, Andra, right? So there was like you get a CX rating and you get a public rating. Do you think it's... Yeah, but this isn't meant to be... To answer like your point, Wilder, do you think it's near impossible? I don't think it's near impossible. I think you can still get a vibe for it, right? Like, for example, some roles are easier than others, right? But 100%, do you not have an indication as you watching these maps of the Esports World Cup who had a good map and who had like a mid map? Yeah, support is the hard one, right? Like, I think what would happen with support is it'd be like essentially mistake driven, you know? There's like a big argument that this would be an easier thing to do watching the replay than watching it live. If you know what I mean. Like watching the replay or watching the VOD where you can stop and look at a fight again and see exactly what happened would be way better than doing it like just watching the broadcast live, right? Well, that's what I was thinking, Andra. Like, I do a live rating, And then there's like, if I watch the game again, there's a review period essentially where I go, oh, actually, I undervalued this or I overvalued that or whatever. Could you not? That's not really how it works, Fix. Good shout. So yeah, so my pitch with this isn't that it's a perfect idea. My pitch with this is it's an interesting idea. And that once we have data over time, it becomes interesting. Even though all of the data would be just my opinion, right? And I can make clickbaity YouTube videos. Yeah, perfect then. So that's my idea. It would be like from a now going on Wilder, right? Because the one thing I thought was like, oh, wouldn't it be good to do it for the Esports World Cup? Like, you know, go back and watch those. But it's just so much Overwatch, right? This is part of the problem. This is why, like, the idea of having like a panel of experts or a panel of judges makes a lot of sense. But it's so much to ask of somebody, you know? It's so much to ask. I think it's unreasonable. And maybe I'm more interested in it than most people are. And I think also, like, people would be interested in the results. We are not discussing the European Waste catalogue. No. Only works if you're a professional streamer. Well, yeah, exactly. It only works if you're the sort of guy who might watch all the games anyway. And might, quite often, watch a lot of the games again after the event. But, am I not such a man? Am I not exactly that guy? Maybe I am exactly that guy. I have all the ingredients, right? A guy who watches too much Overwatch, a guy who watches all the pro games, a guy who's willing to rewatch the pro games, a guy who likes spreadsheets quite a lot. Can I pay Danny to do it? Danny, you're still here. What if I hired you only to watch main support POVs after tournaments? What kind of quote would you be invoicing me? Invoice, give me. Let's negotiate now. You've got to watch every main support POV from the Esports World Cup. You got the replay codes? I do not know. I'm hopefully going to be able to get them. Hopefully. Yeah, right now nobody has the codes, but I've been reliably informed it's being worked on. So I don't know, I like the idea. And to the degree, maybe I want to trial it while I watch some of these games back, right? Because the end goal of this, right, is I'd make this spreadsheet, which I think we can all agree looks boring and makes you want to end your life. But what if I turn this into a Power BI where you could filter and look at trends over time? Then that would be interesting. It's boring because there's nothing there. True. How about a video on ban theory? Oh my god, Danny. Wait. I was on the plane, right? I was on the plane. I was on the plane and I wrote down a list of ideas. I don't know if you can see this. Can you read this at the bottom? How do cameras work? Can you read that? Video ideas. The very bottom line says, what Toronto did right with bands. Toddler writing? I can promise you it says that. I can promise you it says that. So I'm actually same page as you, Danny. Same page as you. What do you mean? Oh, every time, you know, like, honestly, the way you guys roast me for everything, my handwriting, my fashion, how I tie my tie, I'm expecting, right? I'm expecting some of you will be at Stockholm and that some of you might decide to introduce yourself to me. And what I'm expecting to see is every single viewer in this stream is going to be the most well-dressed fashionista with top, what's it called, calligraphy? Calligraphy experts, the fanciest handwriting, the best dressed, fanciest handwriting sophisticates I've ever met. So that's what I'm expecting to meet in Stockholm. You write better with the Epic Pen? That might be true. They wouldn't let me install Epic Pen on the flight though. Showing up in a suit? Alright. You'll wear an EXO jersey? Well, that's how I'll know to stay away from you, Artemis. Alright, so that's the plan. I've got a message. Is it a good message? No. It's alright. So that's the plan. I think it seems like a reasonable plan. And I'm down to do it. And actually, what I might do is test it when we watch some of these games back. Because I imagine a decent amount of you watched the group stage games that were in the A stream. I did not, however. So I need to watch them. Check message, it's a good message. It's not going to be a good message, Alpha. This is the message I just got sent. Great. Thanks. Glad you took the time and the effort. Okay. You only watched like one game? So yeah, we should watch some of the Group A games, because I've not watched them. Alright, good luck, Alpho. Thank you. What games do we want to watch? Did anyone watch them? What are like the headline games? Because I feel like loads of Group D. Loads of Group D are the most interesting ones. But also maybe like Group D and B, right? These have to be the highlight ones. Any preference? Any recommendations for where to start? And what I'll do with these first ones is we'll give the rating system a go, right? We'll give the rating system a go. Falcons versus OA.
LGD comes in, typically kind of like a fan favorite. Some of the other
Stop shouting at me. Toronto versus Crazy Raccoon Group A. Was it not a stomp though, the first one? It was. Fuck. See how stomped in groups? Yeah, I mean, their group was probably one of the more straightforward ones. Alright. Okay. Let's do that then. Let me pre-fill this out then, so I have like a starting point. What was it? The 25th. We start on Ilios. Twist. Oh, I've not got like an Twisted Minds. versus... I'm literally just writing the wrong team name as well. And then fucking... what are they called? LGD.OA. Can we watch the Backbone Circuit Royale game? Well, that's got to be a 10 out of 10 May performance, no? Maybe this column needs to die for a second. Yeah, these ones, the bans of the opponent bans would like be like an annoying one to add, but maybe it's worthwhile. Maybe it's worthwhile. Who did rush put Gushue and Zarya? I mean, when we scrimmed against Gushue Zarya, he was actually alright, you know? I think Gushue's probably got a little bit more flexibility than people give him credit for. And then I guess we have to wait and see who's in, but let's presume Hanbin was in. Stalker. Wait. Stalker. There we go. Proper. Builder. Shio. And then if I do the same thing, I need to reverse all of these, right? Dickhead. He got the Wufeng, I'm crying. Oh, come on, that's too many names. You can't just have 3 names at a tournament. You can't just have 3 names. Am I spelling that right? Gushue, Steve, Shy, Monk, and Lanksa. Alright. And then this will be interesting because I'll have to update it live and I'll get to decide whether or not it's like... whether the effort feels reasonable. Alright. I'm actually going to go to the toilet and get some more water before we do this vote. Unironically. You think the more names the merrier? Fuck. No way. Too many names. Too many names. Rating TP's out of spawn? Will not be rating TP's out of spawn, though. Good shout. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave my door open. It's so fucking warm. I miss infinite aircon. Why do all houses in the UK not have infinite aircon? Tell me that. Can anyone explain it? Hey, Quack. Too broke to afford aircon? Fuck. I know, right? Alright, so here's the plan. We'll watch the game. We'll rate the players as we go along, right? Rating-wise, people seem to hate the idea of 7 being the average, right? That was a... What if we do it out of 10? Out of 10. So, 1 to 10. 6 is okay. We write it like this. 6 equals okay, played fine. And that's like the average, right? 5 is just kind of like mid. Well, 5 is mid, but 6 is like, oh, you played all right, you know? Now, I think 5 is confusing because like 2.5 is the average, but 3 is like, I guess you just do the same, right? It's kind of just the same. Now, I like 10. For number 10, all right. The number 10 is better than the number 5.
Yeah, but
I'll die on that hill too. I'll die on that hill.
Arna in the next map. I mean, sense to me going into this, but it looks like Leave just TPing everybody out.
Bigger doesn't always mean better. Keep lying to yourself, Wilder. It'll be like 5 is mid. 6 equals okay. All right, let's watch the game before we get too distracted just talking about penises. Oh, I should probably make it so you guys can see. Oh, that's just my face. Now you can't see anything. Hold on. There we go. That's nicer. Wait, am I lower? I'm normally up here, right? I'm normally up here. Here seems like a good place. This seems where I like to hang out. All right, so I've not seen this game. I know the result. I won't spoil it if you don't know the game.
Ash, Prob's gonna do exactly the same.
All right, Handmaiden Stalker proper. The main man in. The LGD guy's in. There's no way I'm 5 pixels off where I normally am.
That's probably a little bit of a really the only differences with these teams is you're looking at Stalker putting down that damage.
All right, so this is something we saw a lot right now. Wait, does my pen work? It sure does. Let's go blue. No, that's crazy. Yellow. Yeah. There's no. Well, this is interesting because the way to tell whether you're in a diva meta is if you start to see people like Gushway on diva, you're probably in a diva meta. And I think we actually saw I thought Hattie's diva was fine. I didn't think Gushway's diva was that bad at all. I thought someone's diva was pretty good for players who don't have a big history of playing these heroes. So I think a lot of people actually picked up diva quite reasonably well. I think as well, generally people felt, I think the consensus at least was that in this type of mirror, the Ana Brig is actually optimal. I mean, obviously it's very good on Ilios anyway because of the nature of the map, but I think a lot of people are actually pretty Ana Brig pilled in the mirror.
Range and then see if Lengsa can kind of protect Monk and Shy. Yeah, Harmon taking the high ground quite quickly. Ideally here for Harmon, just annoy Shy long enough for Stalker to kill the entire team. Ideally.
Big nade. Instant monk gap.
Oh, good bio nade. Onto Fielder. Has to back all the way up. It's all right. Prop is there. There's a little safety net.
Lengsa, 1 out of 10. So, what's going on here? Don't know. So he was booped out, right? He was booped out. Do you remember before the tournament when people told me Lengtha was like a top tier main support? Grow up. Instant disapproval.
Slowly but surely there.
So I don't really like the setup here, the fact that we have like the Anna Briggs split, compared to like, you see, I think a lot of the Korean teams do this, so they kind of just lean their entire core towards main. Easier to hit nades here, easier to influence there. Like the Anna position up here is like a reasonable enough place to start because you can pocket for this top battle. But Falcons didn't really commit to that top battle that much.
Easily taken care of by Stalker. They do end up trading support for a support there as Leave Hanley deals with a fielder. But
oh! Proper's got him marked. How did Fielder die? Just another nade? The nade hit Shy.
They are making their way. All right. Proper's there. There's a little safety net. Slowly but surely they are making their way forward, and Lengtha getting booted onto the point. Easily taken care of by Stalker. They do end up trading support for a support there as Leave Hanley deals with a fielder, but is getting chased down by Proper. Easy kill for the Ash. And that should be team
another one for Proper. Easy as you like.
He has to play so defensive, right? You end up losing. Lengtha is Proper. That is sick coach gun there, able to stay on.
Hey, Zilmador.
You have to play so defensive once you lose Lengtha, right? It forces Gushui all the way back. Using that defense matrix, he's not able to kind of go in with Leave.
There are the Falcons' chance.
Proper in the back line does not work out.
Yeah. Crowd going crazy in the back there, of course. Proper 70% towards that bomb already. Shy lagging behind.
Do not click on that link, Quack. Do not click on that link.
I mean, Stalker's got to be something to fear too. I mean, Gushui has to pay attention to both Stalker and Proper, obviously. Making sure Stalker doesn't get a lot of value, but the amount of damage...
It's just the Stalker show so far, no?
Is insane from Farah.
Farah's so good on Ilios.
Shy couldn't even get an angle on the Farah.
So, Nano engage onto Gushui.
Actually, you know, it takes so much damage. And
the amount of damage, it's like spam is insane from Farah over the last couple of patches. I mean, Shy couldn't even get an angle on the Farah.
Yeah, and Monk actually, you know, takes so much damage in the back.
Gets Proper.
Using the nano here on the
Gets shield. Nice, Gushui.
Just before, you know, he thinks he's about to fall, but he does
Nano engage is good.
Kills two. Monk able to stay alive.
Lost Lengtha again during all of this. They do trade up.
What? Okay, Harbin just still kills two. Luckily though, LGD do control the point. No Matrix usage there from Gushui as well. That missile, that would have killed the backline in Monk.
And they had players up at the time there, you know, at the...
They bob to recontest.
Now it's going to be Proper coming off the spawn Chiu as well. So now this is an opportunity for Falcons to fight.
Nice anti onto Harbin there, sent really low.
It's actually a shit bob, isn't it? Now the Nano engage. Gushui got good value. Hambin got good value. Hambin got really good value.
Harbin and Diva especially too, after the patch is just so formidable in the backlines, even with Nano. Like,
yeah, the Brig is doing nothing. I mean, if the Diva has Nano, it doesn't matter.
No, we didn't film on Coachable at the end. There was not the time. A bunch of busy boys. We did go for dinner though. You'll be pleased to know. So yeah, so far Stalker and Hambin looking good. Gushui, decent impact.
Working against the clock. Look how far Matt Stalker is playing up right now. Of course, he's got the barrage. Ideally has Harbin there with the Matrix.
Holding close, harassing early.
Shy once again, who's had a rough one so far.
No, did not go on a camel. I didn't get to do. I actually got to see so little of Riyadh, honestly. I very much only got to experience the event. We did not record. We actually. Do you want to know? Do you want to know what restaurant? Any guesses to what restaurant we went to take in the local culture? You'll be surprised. Not KFC, not McDonald's. Korean barbecue? No. Chuck E. Cheese? No, we did see the Chuck E. Cheese. Didn't go to Cane's. We went to the Cheesecake Factory. While we were in the Cheesecake Factory, there was a moment where we got a nachos to share. We got nachos to share, and fucking Riptide was the song playing, and I was like, finally, here I am at the Cheesecake Factory, eating nachos with the Uncoachable gang. I'm truly getting the full Riyadh experience out of this. There's no prizes, Sanu, no prizes. It was close, it was nearby. It was close, it was nearby. Ananta had to go get his fucking makeup done pretty quickly, you know, so it just everything just worked about it, you know? Everything worked about it. Except obviously if any of your goals were to experience the local culture or local food.
They've spotted out Shy once again, who's had a rough one so far. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit by the wayside there, Harming pretty low. Same with Fielder, ends up going so far. Matrix, but
Is this just Leave doing all the work?
had a rough one. So
Because the nade doesn't hit.
Pulse Bomb goes a little
Is
bit
it just
by the wayside
Leave?
there, Harming
It's just
pretty low.
Leave doing all the work here, I feel like.
Once again. So, well, I mean, Soundbar is coming in. I mean, Gushue needs to find this remake. Luckily does just in time. He'll
Gets back into bomb, takes 1 billion damage for it though.
Provide quite the bit of covering fire there as Harmbin goes for the same thing. Remech, but Bob's there to take him out, and there's the flip.
I feel like Hanbin actually tries to do so much, but has a very hard time getting back into his mech a lot of the time for it.
It's LGD, just kind of like bullying them.
This is why you want the brig? Yeah, like the big weakness here is that this is a very hard, if I can draw an accurate circle, this is a very hard backline to play. It puts like huge pressure on Cheer to play really well and Fielder to play really well to live. Whereas it's much more forgiving on the LGD side here.
LGD holds on to both support ultimates here. So they use the sound barrier there, did Falcons, but Chio's not able to land on the field. Fielder falls right before he gets the benefits of it.
Shot with a nice angle here, but it's still kind of restrictive. Kind of waiting people to get onto the point. He has to push super.
So Barrage, so again we expect probably Nano onto Gushue. Lengsa has the rally to deal with anything. Just gotta care the Barrage. Nade is good again from Monk. So far Monk has actually got the better of the nade. The nade battle.
Down first either here. Has to stay alive. He's got such an important ult. Stops a lot of dives coming through as well onto the back.
There's the Nano onto Gushue.
Speaking of dives.
It's actually just impossible. I think it's just impossible for Chio to do anything about this, right? Like it's so fucked.
Oh man, you just blow up, bro, when that nano boost D.Va's on you. There's absolutely no way.
So another successful Nano engage.
Yeah, the micro
A classic D.Va one shot.
Latest patch and then benefits of the Nano. So now it's an opportunity for Falcons, right? Nano boosts of their own. They can use that onto Hanbin as well. So Hanbin takes a lot of damage. She's quite low.
Ooh. Lengsa almost going down there to proper. Just solo. Bob
Lengsa, look how aggressive Lengsa is. Swoop in, forces his bash back. Even Gushue will turn their attention to Stalker. Stalker can go over Rufo. Does have this barrage.
Either one's good at this point.
Or Proper again, handles leaving the back.
Messing with the best, I like the rest. Proper just coach guns in the air from the sky.
Nade hits again. Proper's bob. These bombs are so shit. Both bombs have actually been a disaster so far from Proper. But he sure can click on the faces though, thank God.
Playing a little point guard there on the side.
Oh, the sleep?
What a sleep from
Fielder redemption.
Bob just playing a little point guard there on the side. Oh, what a sleep from Fielder.
Fuck.
Down the well. See you later.
And ends up being like a super cheap retake there for what should have been a very difficult fight.
Straight to the spawn, go Team Falcon.
And maybe Leave can get on, get a touch here. You do have Lengsa with a rally, so Leave should be able to get a contest. Gonna take a big chunk of damage. You have Gushue now coming off of spawn.
Yeah, rally coming in for Lengsa. Has to get back to that point ASAP now. Gushue's got the self-destruct.
Yeah, so you're
can go for the remake.
Alright, Sombra coming back now.
That's gonna be the self-destruct. You're gonna get the rally coming.
Nano barrage. Oh, it's Matrix. Stalker still finds the kill. Here we go again. Just leaving Gushue finding value on every dive. Dive? Dive.
Still well on the point, and Stalker being alive. I mean, you gotta kill him. Someone's gotta deal with Stalker.
All right.
And no one's able to do so.
So I think, yeah, big performers so far. Monk actually looked pretty good, right? Hit every nade. Didn't die all that often. Maybe a couple of, like, maybe one big rough moment from Lengsa. Hanbin and Gushue both got good value, I feel like. Stalker and Proper, decent value. Very quiet round from Shy. What are the bans for this one? So it was, yeah, Echo ban from... Which order would they have banned in? Falcons would have banned first, right? So Falcons banned Winston, which I guess makes sense against Gooshway, forces them into the Steven mirror. And then in response, they ban Echo, which is obviously what Stalker normally runs here. I think historically we've seen very much like Tracer Echo on this map, and I think especially Falcons love to run that as well. So I think both bans actually seem reasonable in this situation, right? None of them want to touch like Anna Brig because they want to do that. So I think the bans make sense from both teams. And we'll get now a full mirror in terms of backlines. Still Farah Ash over the Tracer. Harder map to Tracer on now. Shy's going to take this aggressive position early. This is going to force Stalker, I think, to come close as well. Just fucking leave, man. How does that even happen?
Good spot to be in as well if you're LGD up on that high ground. Very hard to...
Now we're going to start forcing point. Hambit manages to kill Shy during all of this up top.
But luckily for Falcons, Hambit just runs Shy down. Yeah, this is going to be the point to
What happened to Gooshway?
On that high ground, very hard to kind of get people off it. They have to just jump into your sight lines, but luckily for Falcons, Hambit just runs Shy down. Yeah, this is going to be the point to LGD, but Falcons going to be able to flip this. So they actually sleep Gooshway and finish him off. Now they can start to work towards the point. Yeah, LGD having that for about 8%. And there we go. Falcons already claiming it. Basically nothing, right? Yeah. That was you capped, and then we started capping straight away. Yeah, unlucky. So just the spam of rockets here from above, from Stalker.
Alright, so proper start on high ground.
That is a monk. That's a rocket and a dynamite. I mean, he is so low. So this will be a point contested here just by leave. Maybe try and draw some players.
So obnoxious to walk up into this.
I mean, look how
Sleep is good. Hambit will just keep going though. Trying to force point. Gooshway so low. Nade. That's good actually. Great nade actually. Proper again has his number. Pepsi or Coke? Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max would be my choice. But I'm happy with either.
Things just kind of falling apart.
All right.
Defense matrix lasts for like, I mean, it's like the whole round. It does. It is ridiculous, man. I mean, why do you need a shield? Look at this. He can go.
Fuck. Oh, I nearly gets the kill. Haven't been doing so much so far.
Yeah, somewhere Fury is loading up the game again. He's popping off. He's popping off in Suliky right now as we speak. Yeah.
Fuck. Shy's had a stinker so far, actually. Proper with the bob to point, which means this is going nowhere. There's no way Falcons lose this series.
Yeah, and if you get by them, you have the luxury of dealing with proper fielder and Chio. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great to put it in nice words at the very deep. Bro, he's got
so obnoxious retaking into the Diva plane over the roofs here. Nano forces for rally. Just happy with that. Oh, gets bashed on the fly out. Oh, he's not. There's no way he gets back into mech here. And this is like. I feel like this is like this is a common theme from the Hambin I saw as well. Tries to do so much. It's punished for it. Luckily, Proper's still really good. They give a touch though. Rally kind of does nothing from Chio. Alright, so they have to use everything. Leave's going to go onto the Farah as well. Falcons trying to retake. Proper again. They trade it at least. Hambin in so deep, gets slept. Lexus a little bit split. They need to touch soon. Need to touch soon. Gooshway's going to go for it. I don't make it. Alright. Alright. So, can I do this now? Just like a Diva dive. And then this is just like, everyone played Diva dive, right? And then it was Winston banned by Falcons and Echo banned here. This is where now we're actually filling it in. We'll start to see where it all falls apart. Right? Diva, Farah, Ash, Anna. What do I put here? Briggs / Lucio? Is that a useful thing to do? Or is it better just to put one hero? Maybe solve these problems at a later date. Tracer. He only went Pharah for a couple of fights, right? So that's whatever. Anna. Brig. Okay. So start with some easy ones. A pretty mid to nothing performance from Chio, right? Didn't have that much to do, but really struggled. Oh yeah, you're right. So, oh, sorry. It's because it's it auto-filled. Yeah. It auto-filled because it copied from above. But okay. So Gushwei, I don't know. Like Hanbin was probably what are the easy ones? Like I think probably like a solid 8 from Stalker, right? Did everything right, got value out of his ults. Yeah, like I think unless if it's just like leave swap into Pharah at the end, not interested. But for Chia, where he played like one map as Lucio, one map as Brig, I think relevant. I think Monk actually had like a pretty good Ana performance. Lengsa, pretty mid. Leaf was actually really good, right? Maybe like a 7.5 as well. Shy, maybe even like a 4, right? Like I felt like Shy had 0 impact on hit scan. Gushwei Diva, I think a 7. Like I think he did more right than he did wrong, even though he got punished a few times. Fielder, maybe a 6, right? Okay. But it didn't have a huge impact. Proper Ash, I think, was actually maybe like a 7.2. I'm going to go to 7.2, but I'm feeling a 7.2. Hanbin, also, I think Hanbin was probably really good as well. Like a 7.8. Maybe Stalker. Does that seem like roughly fair? Just for map, Singler. Just for map. Just for Idios. You think Proper did more? Yeah, maybe like a 7.5 is quite reasonable. Like a couple of bad bobs, right? But all these other impacts was quite reasonable. I think to be fair, like this kind of like 6 to 8 range is where most of the ratings will exist, right? I kind of really want to save like, you know, like to have a 10, I think a 10 should be like, even a 9 should be really fucking special, you know? Like a 9 and a 10 should be really fucking special. Like Sauna on Midtown or Backbone on Circuit Royale, right? Like Merit on that Busan, you know? Yeah. So this seems quite reasonable based off what we saw, you know? All right. Wait, should I do? Then I need to do this again, right? Except this will be different. This will be different. All of this might be different, right? Okay. Shy on circuit, yeah. So that's kind of the idea, right? There's maybe an argument at some point where like, because when I think what I want to do in terms of turning this into Power BI, right? What's nice about Power BI is all of these things become filterable, right? Oh, don't do that, don't do that. All of these things become filterable. So I could filter to be like, oh, what's Hanbin's average performance on Diva? Is his average rating on Diva higher than it is on, say, Junker Queen or something, right? Something like this. But then, like, if I took Brig / Lucio, and that's like, this is going to fuck up the filters, if you know what I mean. So I don't know if there's an argument that actually what should happen here is there should be something like this. And there should be like, I should divide, if there's multiple heroes that they play significantly, I should divide it by into 2, right? I'm just trying to think if, I'm trying to like future think for math if this breaks it. Because like this makes sense when just to look at it in this format, right? But what if I start putting this into like tables and graphs and all of this, right? Does this fuck with the averages if I've done this? Yeah, so there's like a math thing I have to be careful of here, right? And we'll say Chio has more maps, yeah. What's the way around this? I'm trying to think if I can solve this in Power BI. Yeah, because you're right, Yak. This is not like what we've encountered now is not like a weird niche case. What we've encountered is something that will happen all the time. Because I'm also thinking there'll be times as well where what I want to do on the filters is I just want to look at, show me all of Chio's Lucio performances, and then show me all of his Brig performances, and then show me all of his Alari performances or something, right? And how does that rate? But then there's also going to be times where I just want to say, like, what is Chio's overall average performance, right? Do a Hero 1, Hero 2 column. Have a column for map number and group by that. Because I guess one thing that, when I put it into Power BI as well, what I'll also create is like a...
Maybe take your shirt off so you don't lose your viewers' attention.
Thanks, 98 Gox. Yeah, we are now out of the out of Saudi Arabia, so toplessness is now on the cards again. Top 3 heroes of the map, but also because that also causes a problem with the filters as well, because it will be in a different column. So it sort of has to be in this column. Because this isn't like the table we're going to be looking at when we look at these things. This is just like the data entry column. Thank you, Gox, though. I do appreciate it. Even if I do have my shirt on, I do appreciate it. I guess, is it a problem if the average does include multiples? Maybe not. Maybe it just doesn't matter. I need like I need a person with a real stats qualification. Yeah. GCSE maths? No! It's not enough! Without individual POV, it's so hard for main support. I agree, Clearwater. I think what we'll see over time is like, because we can also look at average rank per role as well, you know what I mean? In the sense that yeah, I think leave it at this, and it's a problem to solve in Power BI when I make that. So hopefully what we do today, my kind of like my mini plan is we'll go through the games today. Or we'll go through some of the games today, so there's like some data to start with, and then I'll build for Power BI, and that'll like and that'll sort of like I'll solve for problems as I come to them in Power BI essentially.
And they are going to be not because of course from here we go styles maybe what they pick one.
Let's get into the map then. So we got all the same players, yes, except Smurf is now in, right? So this should say Smurf. The bans are what? So Falcons ban Ash and Bat ban.
Looks like here on defense it will be OA.LGD first, and Gooshray picking up that Winston. That'll be safe for the rest of the series, so you'll be able to see him play that with a Cassidy Farah combo.
Yeah, this is definitely more of a look OA.LGD wanted in the Ana, the Monkey with Shy.
But I feel like we've seen this matchup in terms of comps before, and I...
Hold on, wait. Quack is dropping math. The average of a 5 and a 10 is 7.5, but throw another 5 in there and suddenly it's 6.6 recurring. I see what you mean. Yeah, so it needs to have like a map rating as well as a hero rating for more columns. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, the problem is, like, maps like that where Chio plays one round 100% Lucio, one round 100% Brig. It's, Just pull like a match average. Yeah. Because I guess what I can do in Power BI is I can create like I can get it to automatically pull like a map average and then a match average as well, right? And add these columns together. Is that possible? Or is that better to maybe the map average is hold on. Wait. I think you're right now. So it's just writing. And then essentially for everyone this is the same. But for I mean in this particular case it is actually the same. But I mean because there's 2 entries here now, right? It's still going to create 2 entries. Because obviously the number's the same, right? Because they both average out at 5. Divide by the number of entries for matches. Yeah. I need to do like... this is like a... I think, yeah. I think I'll do it in Power BI. I'll solve it in Power BI. Because what I can do in Power BI is I can tell it what to calculate and what to include and what not to include. Yeah.
Has always been, historically stronger, right?
Hold on. Now fuck. I always hate these problems because they're so they're so like mentally taxing. I hate having to think. ChatGPT easy. Just have all raw data ready. Yeah, I think you're right, Clearwater. That's like it's just, what I need to do is it'll be easier to solve this problem when I'm sitting in front of it. Sitting in front of it, running the different formulas, right? So yeah. Let's just watch some Overwatch. Don't know if there's any Overwatch fans in the chat, but we can watch some Overwatch. So, in terms of compositions, Winston ban is no longer available. LGD are going to pick the map and the mode, so they picked this. No Overwatch fans? Fuck. So Winston's now on the cards. Again, I think like Ana and Brig bans will be relatively rare because both teams want it on the cards. So it'll be a Baptiste ban. I mean, Falcons have done they have done like sim TP stuff on this before, so I guess it takes that option away from them and also protects Ana Brig at the same time. Falcons are going to ban Ashe, which makes sense, I guess, if they want to run this kind of comp, right? The Ashe is very much the is like the go-to pick, I think, for most teams in these situations. So by banning Ashe, they force one to Cassidy. But there's also a weird thing where it's like, I don't know. Is Cass not actually better into this? Have they maybe set themselves up for like a harder target to kill potentially? I don't know. We'll see how it translates.
Historically stronger, right? I know we saw a lot of.
All right, bubble in from Smurf. Clears for Farah. A classic counter jump. Gushue does this all the time. All the time, Gushue will just counter jump the other fucking Winston.
Very strong. I know another character up in
they swing out with it, and they just get decimated.
There it is.
Pick up 2 first early kills.
There it is. Okay, that's what you want to see.
All right, an easy first one.
The crowd so behind this Falcons team.
It's crazy.
Sure they have for
even the chat was too. It was like 92% or something.
Yeah. I mean,
all right, next dive now.
I mean, the chat. There's some smart folk. They know what's going on.
There's some smart folk. Matt trying to curry favor. I like it. Big fan of that. Proper. Okay, taking a bit of space.
All right, let's take their way in. They got proper in now. They can go for their like take some space dive.
3 minutes to go. You can see lengths are kind of split off.
They've conceded so much space now, right? Like, this is just now all of the map that LGD own. Like this and this. They've given up the entire left-hand side of the map, which feels like it should just set them up for a pretty successful dive. Again, you'll probably see something where, like, Smurf jumps to here, maybe, like, Fielder goes with him. That would be my guess. And then they just sort of keep him pinned here, force point through proper.
The rest of the team, but they can easily shield bash to the back line if necessary, but don't want to get off.
Shai's going to make a move out. Shai's just going to walk out and kill Proper.
I mean, this is pretty an easy look here for OALGD.
Just late from Falcons, no? Just late. It felt like Proper did everything and got in position, but nobody else was ready. And now they'll clean up. Okay.
It's not able to live. Smurf looked like he was going back to the spawn maybe for a draw some players towards that point.
All right, now the big ult fight. Can be more direct with this one if they want. Are they just going to go first? Yeah, they nano in. Kitsune rush to deal with it. Wait, where's the nano? Is it on leave? Was it meant to be on leave? How does Shai get so low, you know?
Coming up, OALGD with basically 4 on the board. Fielder ripping that rush onto the low ground. Shai already dead though.
Oh, Smurf gets obliterated, doesn't pop it off.
Stalker and Proper can try and get some work done. And Nano Barrage killing Smurf. They got another Winston on the field though as Stalker hits that dupe.
They rally too.
This health, I mean, this overhealth from the rally. OALGD's backline is just they're perfect. They can just play so aggressive and you can see.
They actually did so well to get this primal off, right? So a lot of things are happening. Do you think this is intentional from
Yeah, here's the big fight now with all these ults coming up. OALGD with basically.
Do you think it's intentional here that they nano leave just to deal with presumably the primal push? Or is it just like, or is it just a misclick that kind of works out? His health actually, I'm sort of like, why didn't Smurf press primal? But it's, look at his fucking HP bar. So I feel like, Smurf, you prick, just react. React, get your primal off. But look at his HP. Fuck. Like, it's actually really unreasonable to ask him to react there, right? Fuck.
Stalker and Proper can try and get some work done. And Nano Barrage killing Smurf. They got another Winston on the field though as Stalker.
And then now Stalker is the mock Winston. And to be fair to Stalker, like, he does so well. That Suzu ends up being perfect when he can drop with primal. So now Smurf is Stalker's actually doing all of Smurf's jobs with this primal, so the rest of the team can take space and try and find a kill on point. Sleep is used. They're going to beat to double down, but Stalker doesn't actually get the beat. Oh, it's not a good beat, actually, is it? They can't really push with this. Gushue, meanwhile, has lived the entire time. Come back with primal. Also, if you look at, like, considering we saw this Kitsune rush in, right? So actually, I feel like the Kitsune rush wasn't good either. Because they nano leave, but the Kitsune rush doesn't even force Gushue's primal. So Gushue's going to be able to primal and live forever, so it's really well played by Gushue. Support ults have got 0 value now for Falcons, which should be the big win condition of, like, the Kirilucia backline. Gushue will keep this going for ages. Nice, Gushue. Shai's dead again. Fuck. Smurf and Stalker just kind of clutch it.
This will be Falcons pushing on through, then doubling back, now taking the point. Probably not going to see a contest from OALGD.
Now Lee's going to go to Echo as well.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, Saudi now? No, I'm back in Nottingham.
Exits the building. Chio swapping over.
Yeah, the Heinen was fine, I think.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, Brig.
Oh, Fielder on Monk on Anna. I think Fielder. I mean, Monk had a better Ilios. That's factual. But I think Fielder overall. A lot of bad ults, honestly, from everyone. Like, Stalker's copy was good. Support ults were bad from Falcons. I think Lengsa maybe actually waited for rally as well. It wasn't like the worst rally, but it wasn't very high value. Smurf's primal actually did get good value. Yeah, people literally live in Nottingham, all around me. Shai ult was bad. I think Shai's ult was fine. Like, they beat push in the high noons. Maybe it would have been fine anyway, but I don't know. I think it was fine. I think Lengsa's was more of a waste than Shai's.
Against the Farah, although Farah would ignore the Echo a lot of the time, just spam rockets into the back line, just soften them up, and allow your Tracer, your Winston, whoever to dive in it.
And the Cassie's good against the Echo.
All right, slow and steady. Ult advantage slightly for Falcons with this copy. But Nano and Rally's shortly behind, so they'll have it in time. So it will actually, in reality, be ult advantage for LGD.
Underneath the overpass here, and that's going to try and have OA LGD split.
All right, nice little roll there, getting into cover from Shy. Almost went down. Slowly but surely, the payload moving under that low ground, like you were saying. But it looks
Payload's
like
where? Just about underneath? Oh, it's gone so far, actually. Is Leave not able to match this? I guess not. We're going to dive with the Nano instead.
With proper exiting, yeah, he needs to either find a
Alright, the dive is good, but the payload is moving. Goochway, Smurf going the other way.
Same kind of thing done. It ends up getting insta-slept by Monk, so that Nano boost not to his full effect, but still manages to kill Shine. Smurf keeping himself in this fight. Stalker with a duplication on the Cassidy. Doesn't get too much time with that high
still moving. The payload is still moving though, like even though you may end up losing this fight here for Falcon.
Thing done. Trade the nano boost with proper exiting. Yeah, he needs to either find a trade in the back line, but Goochway, the nano boost without.
So I guess the trade is reasonable, right? Like Goochway and Leave go and get value with their ult. I don't know where Chiu is in this situation. Like when Fielder's getting beamed here.
No OA LGD split.
Where is Chiu?
They're getting into cover from Shy. Almost went down. Slowly but surely, the payload moving under that low ground, like you were saying, but it looks like Monks are ready and raring to go with this nano boost. They know one's on the payload right now, and with proper exiting, yeah, he needs to either find a
So
trade
Chiu's
in
just
the
going to
back
walk
line,
forward
but
at this point.
The nano boost, with help of Leave, takes care of Fielder.
But Rally and Sleepers hit, like Lengta and Monk peel for themselves or peel for each other well. Goochway comes back, the Primal will be forced. There's now Smurf and Stalker trying to double down. Stalker.
Keeping himself in this fight. Stalker with a duplication on the
I will not be in the Beast and Spoons anytime soon, no.
Doesn't get too much time with that high
still
noon.
moving. The payload is still moving though, like even though you may end
The Goochway
up
comes back and chases everything out.
Falcons, you do end up getting some space, big kills there towards the end. Goochway still
Alright, good again from Goochway.
not going to have to use that there, so they do end up holding on. Falcons gets a little bit of progress. Not able to help the team.
Alright, Leave holding close for your Primal and stuff as well.
Proper on the Cassidy, now it's Stalker on the Tracer.
Swapping away quite quickly. You got to be scared of Leaf's duplicate.
Alright, so not a lot of aggressive tools for Falcons, but they do have for Rally to live, and how's that happened? Where's Smurf going? Where's Smurf going?
You got to be scared of Leaf's duplicate here.
He's on point now. Just kind of gets beamed down.
Primal rage there. Stalker forcing that primal out of him, but Smurf's already dead. I mean, man, there's a minute and 30.
We'll get kills with this. Okay.
Falcons, this is not exactly where we
He wants more?
get stopped on second, although Midtown second pretty tough to.
Shy has been able to pick up
Resist the urge to int. Well played. Alright, still have this rally defensively for Falcons, but copy and nearly LGD back to their rally nano too. Trying to clear Goochway out, but it's so hard to clear him out of this spot.
And you're not really going to get a great value out of this rally here, right? For Falcons, it's like way more of a defensive rally, if anything.
Alright, where are they going?
Same with Leave, right? This is when you're going to use
Exact same dive as before, right? This time, previous dive, it felt like they really kind of just sold Fielder. As in, like, alright, you'll kill Fielder, but we'll try and get our own kills and get payload moving and all of this.
There it is. Rally's got to get hit
Oh, body block is good. Rally's there. Defensive nade.
but just burning
The Monkey as well.
That's perfect.
They're really doubling down.
For OALD.
But the Rally ends up hitting both. I think it's actually just a bad use from Leave, actually. I don't know if he has to.
There it is. Rally's got to get hit by Chio. Yeah, they knew that was
Maybe he has to.
coming from a mile away. This is when you're going to use
But, like, as soon as you go, like...
If anything.
You're waiting for Goochway to maybe jump in. Same with Leave, right? This is when you're going to use
As soon as you go, like, here... If they can get into, like, this pocket of space, they're really hard to kill. Like, this area... Like, because this is where Fielder died, right? And this area is really killable. And it's, like, the circle is killable. The box becomes, like, really hard to kill them. Especially if they're all together like this. So if you trade Nano for Rally in this situation, you don't feel too bad. Get Goochway some Primal Charge. But the copy feels like too much from Leave. And he's going to get caught on the way out. So I think actually a mistake from Leave here.
Smurf, but quickly taken care of by Proper.
That was a big commitment there by Falcons. They end up using the rally and they end up giving.
So now they can repush.
Over to Chio. So now they're
Or concede all the space, Leave back on Tracer.
Take this high ground back, slowly get this card around the corner towards the end.
They rally back. But what can they get with his rally push, really? Oh! They'll short isolate proper.
And the rally from Lengser, this is final fight now for Falcons.
And rally push ends up being good. Desperation primal.
Putting tons of pressure on Shield, backs him all the way out. You still have Stalker in Smurf still alive though.
He's still got primal rage too. Smurf's gonna have to go
Wow,
quickly here.
Smurf and Stalker actually convert a kill. Wait, Smurf and Stalker convert 2 kills?
Monk and Lengser down.
God, that should not have been possible.
Holding onto this primal rage until the very last final few moments as OT is gonna disappear.
Goochway can stall for ages.
Proper has got the Deadeye, and that's going to be a lot of space created. Goochway in a little bit of trouble, still ducking behind the payload to avoid getting shot.
Oh, the point! Oh my god. Goochway plays with those 11 centimeters. Good recovery.
Overtime disappears, and OA.LGD stop the payload on second.
Yeah, and it was a nice bio grenade there from
Alright.
towards the end, connects with two.
Smurf and Stalker nearly clutch, but
Get the cleanse off there. The Karika towards the end for Falcons, but Falcons still put themselves in a position.
I think the thing is, when you're on attack there, what you need to like finish off these difficult points is you need both sides to live. You need, obviously you need your front line not to get caught, like we saw Smurf get caught in one. Wasn't it Leave that touched? Oh, maybe.
Moments as OT is going to disappear in just a moment if they got off this payload.
I thought it was Goochway just about getting the touch.
Goochway in a little bit of trouble, still ducking behind the payload to avoid getting shot clean in the head. But with Smurf, Goochway in a little bit of trouble, still ducking behind the payload to avoid getting shot clean in the head.
I think it is Goochway. Did Smurf have to jump in there? It's hard to see, because he goes... I guess he's worried about everyone getting C9'd. So he jumps and he bubbles. Oh, it's actually Goochway, right? It's actually the boop in from Goochway that clutches it. Like this boop right here from Goochway. Fuck, because otherwise Smurf is anchoring this and probably lives, right? And can regroup with everyone and maybe gets like a pack and Kiriko healing and all of this. Honestly, this might surprise you. It might surprise you, but Goochway is good at Winston.
Teammate there on the cat crazy. Kind of calm. Yeah. So,
alright, more of the same. More of the same.
Like an Ana as this goes on, right? It's gonna like force that Winston out yet again.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see it on the next map, to be honest, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we've got to deal with this map first.
So we'll see as OA.LGD tries to work their way through the...
So this is slightly different setup here from Falcons. So we saw LGD actually play like Leave was here on Farah, right? And they actually played with like their core here. Their idea was just to go back and then come back out. Like peel to go back, then burst back out. Whereas we see a much wider defense from Falcons, right? We see Stalker marking this alleyway. And Farah, when you can just play these walls, you probably saw this all throughout the tournament, right? You can just stay here for forever and make this alleyway really hard to pass. He's obviously in good line of sight of his Ana, and he's pretty can even pack him as well. So I like that Falcons are trying to hold more space here. And you can see Smurf make pretty similar to the decisions that Goochway made on defense, where he's like, oh, you're going to make a move, I will counter jump you. So they're going to clear out Leave, they're going to clear out Leave, clear out Smurf, like, clear out Goochway, force them back to the choke, retake all their positions.
Yeah, probably playing a pretty aggressive angle here on the fire truck. It's got all the support in the world, however. Now the nade goes in.
Oh, now they change it and they turn their attention to Stalker.
Now the nade goes in.
Can't see exactly what catches him initially.
Now the nade.
Is it Leave? It's like Leave and Goochway. And actually, Lengser is with Leave here as well. Oh, clever actually from LGD. So it's just like, they do like Brig Tracer down the alleyway, and at the same time Goochway's going to jump from main, and they just try and catch the Farah isolate a little bit. And the timing's just pretty decent.
Did it land? Think so. Stalker dead. So the hands are shy on the Cassidy. And now they can make their move.
And Smurf has now tried to respond as well, so now finds himself in cooked territory.
But not quick enough, though. Smurf down. That is checkpoint.
Sleep is good too.
A sleep from Monk.
Feels like it's been most of the story so far, right? Like Gushue and Leave just finding value on these dives.
LGD with bans that eliminate comps going to be a
Wait, do they recontest? Surely not.
Long time bank here is looks like one player gets on a touch. Smurf now will jump.
Maybe just hoping they get an ult out or anything, but actually LGD don't have any ults.
Back to the spawn to get further away, they will fall. So
How was the travel back? Pretty AIDS actually. So if you were watching the stream on Sunday, you would have seen I ended it at 2 AM local time. At which point, well, I ended it at like 1:40. At 2 AM, I get a shuttle back from the venue to my hotel. They very kindly arranged for the driver just to wait for me to be ready. So I go upstairs, I pack on my stuff, I have a shower, I go back down. At 3 AM, I leave for the airport, and then I'm just waiting at the airport for my flight at 7 AM. And then I go fucking Riyadh to Bahrain, which is like an hour. Then I go Bahrain back to Heathrow, which is like 7 hours. And then I go Heathrow, I get the bus back to Nottingham, which is like 5 hours. And then I eventually walk home from the bus station, getting me back through the door at about 9:30 that evening. So, you know, it's a travel day. It is what it is, you know. Not super optimal. But I got back.
They ended up dying like kind of staggered.
I got back.
They can't quickly like claim high ground. They're gonna have to literally fight for it. OALGD know exactly that. They can even go aggressive here. I mean, Monk's got nano. You mean you throw this in onto Gushue, he's gonna get primal. This could be a big snowball.
Nade and nano.
There's the nano. Yep. Yeah, straight into the back line. Prime rage available.
Oh, he's gonna get slept.
Sleep, however, waiting for his full duration.
Oh, he doesn't primal. I thought he was gonna primal there. And the post-bomb miss. Maybe the first Gushue-based blunder we've seen. Doesn't get anything out in return either. Good sleep from Fielder.
You win another fight or two, then it starts to get real dicey for OALGD. Sleep. Fight or two, then it starts to get real
Sleep is
dicey
good.
for OALGD.
Oh, wakes up just in time for the nade. Honestly, the fucking buff to tanks waking up to sleep just saved Smurf's life there.
Smurf doesn't get naded there. Of course, Arna's sleep dart did get nerfed too on this patch.
That's why I'm saying Jaws. That's what Clearwatt's saying as well. We're all on the same page. We're a bunch of intelligent fellas.
Ever so slightly. So on top of the nerf to sleep dart, the tanks already had patch.
All right.
Ever so slightly.
So Gushue's. So now we're in a classic dive situation. We've got Smurf on one side, Gushue on the other.
So on top of the nerf to sleep darts versus the tanks already had.
All right, does Gushue get the juggle? Oh my god, he does get the juggle. Kills through rally. Fuck.
On this patch. Ever so slightly. So on top of the nerf.
There's maybe an argument. Does Chio just go the wrong way here? Like Chio's gone this way. Maybe a Chio error. A Chera.
On a sleep dart, yeah, not sleeping the tanks for all too long. Chio,
My god, he goes for more. Oh, he's gonna get pulled. Oh my. Gushue like moments away from his XQC impression here. So actually, Gushue did so well. This second one is greedy though, right? Like this dive here feels so greedy. You know? It's a good punishment by Stalker, but yeah.
I thought he was going to jump into his team.
That's what I'm saying. I could cast these games, man. I could do it. Alright. The backline is on point, but where are they going? Yeah, naded and cleared up. Alright. So we can't really see what happens, but if we use the power of reading the kill feed, we can see Stalker hits a pulse. Fielder also deals with bleed as well.
I thought he was going to jump into his history of Overwatch.
Okay.
Yes.
This is good. Stagger there.
I'll stagger that out as well. Alright, that was a really tough fight, like tough ult situation for LGD. Because of a previous error with like Nano. So now rally for Lengther to deal with this Nano engage. Shy has a high noon. They're going to clear this Winston out of top.
That hint would have been a death sentence, I think, for Smurf if he stayed around a moment longer.
Thanks, Waffle. I had a great time casting. I really enjoy it. It's one of my favourite ways to enjoy, or one of my favourite ways to interact with the game. It's kind of why I do it in the scrims and the Face It games. I really enjoy it, so I'm glad you enjoyed it as well. So I had a good time.
3 minutes to go now. Slowly putting that time back down.
Right, Smurf going to engage. They're going to rally to try and punish him. Gushwei reads it as well. So again, like a classic Gushwei, just counter bubble. So they'll clear Smurf, they'll trade Rally for Nano, and now they're going to high noon as well. What are they high nooning?
You still had the payload contest.
They avoid the nade. Oh, the sleep afterwards on the exit. Monk catches him.
He was able to actually kind of contest that, but this is going to be the Nano on Gushwei. He's going to push towards the back line.
What a kill from Leave there. Probably didn't know what was coming. 2.5 minutes to go. No ults in the bank for OA.LGD as Falcons. I mean, with Smurf dead, who's going to really touch the point here? Prop is only just getting back to the fight as well. Stalker's pretty low, has to get back.
Yeah, okay.
So quickly, hits the recall, long enough for
Me too, Quack. We'll get him. Alright, Smurf wants to clutch with Primal. Kind of has no choice. Oh. I guess the kill will be down point. Yeah, I think like the classic mistake here is like when you're on defense on dive, you need to be really careful of situations where if you're the defender, if you want to go first, you have to make sure you can catch them. Because if you go first in a situation like Smurf goes first here, you engage on the backline, but it's a situation where Gushwei hasn't really committed. What Gushwei can do is what he loves to fucking do, is just bubble off the enemy Winston, and then they just 5-man your Nano or your Primal, they clear you, and then they get to walk forward as a team. Gushwei can do his own dive, and it gives like Monk a more open nade opportunity, because he can just think about being aggressive rather than having to worry about maybe having to be defensive with his nade. So I think there's just a mistake in timing here from Smurf. I'm a little bit curious why they even gave up this high ground before. If I even go back like a fight before, like they're standing here right now. They're going to clear Smurf out of this top right area. We can see the lightning coming from now. So they're going to go clear Smurf out. There we go. Shy pushes up. I mean, it's a reasonable clear on Smurf, right? Like they force him out. There's a point here where they're just going to... You see how they just drop off the high ground now? I don't know if this is necessary. Like, obviously there's a window where, like, Smurf doesn't have his leap and he doesn't have his bubble, so they can't engage. But I feel like there's still a reasonable... Like, this area here, like this walk up that Lexer and Monk are about to do, like, this is a really reasonable area to try and hit him in still. So I think Falcons are just... They give too much space for not enough. You know, like, oh, fuck. If there was a way to still hit him here, I don't know. I feel like there's a way to still hit him here. Because Gushwei's walking up with no bubble either. So they do trade, like, Nano for Rally, so it's not the worst in the world. But, like, that jump out is so scary, right? In case, like, he gets bashed or whipped or something goes wrong. Now we're going to high noon. It's not the greatest high noon we really ever saw from Shy. Then they turn and they deal with it again. Again, you can see just slightly the better. You see, like, the mistake when this time Lengtser goes the right way to where his Ana is, and Sheer went the wrong way. Leave just fucking does a thing.
What a kill from Leave there. Probably didn't know what was coming. 2.5 minutes.
And now they're in this situation. You can see, like, Fielder hits a good nade, but nobody's just ready to go, right? Smurf's still respawning.
Who's going to really touch the point here? Prop is only just getting back to the fight.
Leave goes to Mark Stalker out of the game. And they're just winning the fight on point, right? Like, Smurf does hit, like, a nice juggle in the end. So, like, he separates Shy and is even able to confirm the kill. But it's just really fucking hard. Yeah. I mean, it's fair enough, right? Like, Smurf goes for the play, even though he ends up C9ing as a result of it. It's a reasonable time to go for a play. So, Winston, dive. I can actually just put this in all of them, right? So then, yeah, Winston the entire thing. Stalker plays Tracer for most of it, I think. Cass for most of it. Yeah. And, Brig. They played, like, little bit as a Kiriko, but I feel like it was still mostly on Ana Brig, right? Cass. Ana Brig. Does that seem fair? I know the DPS swapped around quite a lot, right? Comparatively. So then, I mean, Gushwei was player of the map, right? Or if we want to get, like, best performer, like, quite easy, like, an 8+, maybe one mistake in there. Really strong from Leave as well. One bad copy, you know, so it's like lots of high value. I don't think Shy did all that much, like right or wrong, just like an okay thing. Lengthser, I think, had like a very good. I think this is where it becomes a little bit tricky, right? Like, actually, all of Lengthser's, maybe it should be a 7, right? All of Lengthser's rallies worked. All of his peels seemed reasonable. All of like his kites and everything. Monk, like 6.5, you know, like it just went well, you know, there was nothing maybe special or bad. I think even Smurf played fine, even though he got outclassed. Like, he got outclassed, but I don't think Smurf played that bad, did he? Oh, we wasted the ult on first. You're right, Maplino. Does that like bring it down? I think I have like a 6.8. I'll take 0.2 off. Chio, I think, actually... Was it a bad performance? Rallies were bad, right? Beat was bad. Bad ults. Bad kite on one of them. Maybe it is just like it. It's actually just a 4 from Chio, maybe. Yeah, if we're taking like 5 as mid, like this wasn't really mid. This was like actually like a few mistakes and that cost his team type thing. Fielder had that one bad ult, right? Maybe Fielder's in the mid category. Stalker and Proper. No, I feel like Stalker played okay, actually. Hit his pulse bombs. Copy on first was actually really good. Maybe there's even an argument that Stalker actually was probably like slightly better. Like 6.2 or something. 6.4 maybe? Go as high as a 6.4. Proper played, I don't know. It was an anonymous one from Proper, right? Maybe like a 5 or a 5.5 or something. Don't think he made any like don't think he made any like key mistakes or anything, really. But it also felt like it was just an anonymous game, right? I think there's, especially with like DPS, I feel like if you have an anonymous game, that's actually a red flag as a DPS. If you have 0 impacts, it's a big problem. You think 6.4 is pushing it? 6.2? I mean, it was definitely the best. Was he the best performer? Yeah. Do you think he should have played anything besides Cass? I mean, they did try the Echo Tracer on first, right, when he played that. And it didn't go that great, but I don't think any of that was Proper's fault, right? Like, I know Proper died first on that first one, but that just felt like it quite easily could have been Proper's fault or could have been the others, you know? But either way, like, a very mid-map, right? You compare that to where, like, Leave is killing on all of these dives, you know? Like, Leave and Gooshway, I think, really went hard. You think 5.5 for Shy? Yeah, I think that's fair, actually. There was, like, you know the first defense from LGD? On that one, it felt like Shy was getting picks consistently. But that was 1 point out of, like, the 4 we saw, you know? Didn't really see too many mistakes from Shy, really. But not a large impact either. And I think this starts to feel okay, right? Like, a lot of, like... Again, I think most times we'll have numbers around 5 and 6, if it, you know... Most of the time when people lose games, it's not because... they've played atrociously. It's just because they've just not had that big an impact. But then if I look at this and I go, well, how does it work out? Well, if I was just to look at these numbers in isolation from someone who didn't watch the game, I'd maybe look at it and be like, oh, it seems very much like... Oh, I missed one out. Oh, it looks like Leave and Gooshway carried, right? Which seems fair. They killed on all their dives. Didn't make maybe like 1 mistake each in the map. They carried on their dives, and it seemed like actually Monk and Lengthser played a step above Fielder and Chio in this one. All right. I'm kind of getting into the flow of it now. I'm enjoying it so far, right? I wonder how easy / hard it will be live. Because one thing that's also true is we're getting to go back and rewatch some of these things, you know? Like, oh, that's how that fight actually turned out or something like this, you know? Which would be a lot harder to do in a live setting. But I think, who was it? Maybe it was Andra who recommended this of like we can do the ratings, and then if we go and watch the replay, we can always update the ratings, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have to be set in stone from that point, you know? All right. Runa Sapien, go again. Runa Sapien, go again. Should I get a drink first, maybe? When's the next Uncoachable? We're trying to lock down a guest, and then we're hoping to record it this week. And then maybe like a weekend release or something like that. Maybe that seems possible. Just need to lock down a guest first. But yeah, all right. I'm gonna go grab a drink and stuff. Then we can watch the second half of this. But I mean, so far, maybe what we'd expect, right? I'll get you a Pepsi too, mate. No problem, Quack. Anyone else want anything while I'm up? Anyone else? Anything else? Another one? How many got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Pepsis, a stream key, and a sandwich. And a cup of water. Another Pepsi for Jat. Nothing for Sanu. Yeah, we can do tea. A tea for Hadidas. I should write this down. Another copy of a streaming yet, a second stream key. A Mars bar. Yeah, I'll go see if we have a Mars bar, but hopefully we have one. All right. I can make that happen. I can make that happen. I think I got everything right. It was a glass of water and a Diet Coke. And I think that was everything. Everyone get what they want? Close enough? Where's the stream key? All right. I got a message. Anything good? No. Reporting you for false advertising. All right. I look forward to having that meeting with the whatever it would be called, the Advertising and Standards Agency. Ofcom breathing down my neck. Let him try. Let him fucking try. All right, where are we going? Smurf in. We're going to Runa Sappy. But you know what I need to add, actually, before I forget? Map order. 1, 2, 3. Atrian Runa Sappy. I think that's spelled right. Where was Runa Sappy again? Was someone telling me it was in Peru? Any fact checkers on that? Peru? Okay. Ilari's hometown? Oh. Which one of these is Ilari's house? Do we know? It's this one? I think it's this one. Why am I trying to get inside Ilari's house? Just, you know, just to hang out. X is not a lawhead. No, I'm not a lawhead. I'd watch it if it was in like a more consumable format, you know. Is Ilari 15? That doesn't seem right. How do you spell Ilari? There we go. She's 18. There we go.
It's the magic number.
Thanks, Doishi. Wait. Is the sound doubled for anyone else? How is it? How is it that the scuffed... when I just go and set up in like 5 minutes to cast from the SSG booth in Saudi Arabia, the setup is actually somehow better than my home configuration. Surely that's unlikely, right? Where is it? Let me... interact? No. Properties? No. Filters? No. Wait. Properties? Control. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Wait. Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Can we get Demon's stream key back? No. I feel like it tilted people by the end, you know? It tilted people. People couldn't handle it by the end. Got old quick. Yeah. I can see that. I can see that. It should be a Scrimbox reward.
It wasn't great. They were playing it into Twisted Minds, who was playing a lot of like Diva and Sigma. So
don't have access to Dima's chat. All right.
Quite good.
Mauga versus Queen.
Rough for the Mauga in those matchups. Of course, the Matrix just eats so many of your shots, and then
When am I getting obs coaching again? I don't know. I've not actually, full disclosure, it was actually because I had the tutorial and then I had no opportunity to practice because I wasn't like streaming or doing any of the Face It things. So I've not actually really practiced. So I've tried to internalize a lot of the lessons, but I've not really put them into practice yet.
and we just get run over by everything else. Like any kind of shielding, the Mauga's good.
So we'll have to get back on it when we do like Face It games and stuff.
So yeah, a little rough. A little bit of a better matchup here versus Smurf, but still going to be
tough to keep.
All right, so for when this matchup normally goes, like from what I didn't see this matchup all that much in the actual when I was actually at the event. But how I saw this matchup going in scrims is that basically the Junker Queen kind of rolls for Mauga here because they both have like slightly long cooldown shout abilities that buff their teammates. But while the Mauga really struggles to hit the more slender Queen, the Queen cannot miss this giant Samoan man, so just kind of rolls him in for 1v1. What's this? Is it a good emote? Let's see. Yeah, we can use this. That seems reasonable. That seems reasonable. This will come in handy, I think.
Situation, right?
no shield or anything like that. You got the shout of
In these types of situations,
matchup here versus Smurf. Still gonna
it can be tough to keep the Queen alive in these types of situations, right?
No shield or anything like that. You got the
Whoa! So Chiu gets caught with the boot.
shout of course.
Thoughts on positive mindset when big teams in FM24? Yeah, I'm so positive pilled in FM. I actually play on positive mindset almost all the time, even against the bigger teams. Even when I'm ahead in like say I'm like 1-0 up and it's like 75 minutes on the clock. If I've been playing the game, playing the match, and I'm 1-0 up and everything feels like it's going well, I don't change to cautious or anything like that. I'm very hesitant to change mentality when I'm in a winning position, or if we're playing well against the team and it feels like it's going well, I just keep the mentality, you know? What I'm more likely to do in this situation is I might just make substitutions, and then on the formation thing, if I've got like, let's say I'm just running something like this. Is this not a formation that you could have? What I might do is I might just change my wingers and maybe my wingbacks to, instead of like being on attack, I change them to support or something, you know, or I change those things in the formation rather than changing the overall mentality. That's my FM tip. Who are you playing as, Chris? Did you go as did you start big? Did you start at like a Newcastle or something? Arsenal right now? Did you start at Arsenal? Is this your first time playing Football Manager as well? Yeah. Same thing happened to me. Like the first few saves, I just got fucking rolled really quick when I figured things out. Then once I had a sort of like basis, I was able to like get it going. Can I mute Chris? It's your life, Fish. Your life.
Of course, that's about it. Chio, first blooded by Shy.
Alright. Boop and catch onto Chio.
Down the front line. And yeah, Smurf and the Team Falcons comp, they have to go quick. They have to get on that backline ASAP. Otherwise, Gooshway is going to cycle those cardiac overdrives.
Right, they disengage.
Yeah, and I wonder if Falcons was able to watch any of the OA/LGD series.
Everyone else lives.
You could have seen that the Maga pick was something that they've gone to. And it maybe, do you have like Hanbin in the game, right? Although Hanbin's great on Queen, right? If you're going to play.
We ban Chris if he doesn't give his thoughts on this. Well, he's clearly in the middle of something after seeing that emote, you know. So maybe once he's finished jorking it, he can give you his verdicts afterwards.
Queen.
He's like post-nut SpongeBob clarity.
There'd be like Sigma Maga, different styles to play like that. So interesting decisions here from
Barrage closing in for Stalker. Has to back off pretty quickly though. The rush has been pulled, although Monk just gets knifed from across the map.
Fuck. Surprised that Hanbin's not in for this, honestly. They want to play Queen. But Kitsune Rush, they catch Monk immediately on the way around. Kitsune Rush in exchange as well, so they should just be able to win from here. Suzu when they walk forward. Shy will not be getting out of this one.
Trading their rushes there, making sure that checkpoint.
Easy for Smurf so far, huh?
Oh, you know how it be. Just another day in the office.
Smurf going crazy there. You start to get those crazy. Yeah, considerable more.
All right, so all really just a bit of Smurf magic. We get the replay of the Smurf. Oh, we don't get the first one. The first one was the big one. This is just clean up.
It is insane the amount of
cleanse it though, right? We have the Kuriku in the game, right? So there is an opportunity to get the cleanse.
Yeah. Most important in that matchup for sure, saving that cleanse. You can force it early. That's a go time for the Queen.
Alright, proper onto Ash. But he's still on Ash, or am I tripping? Maybe I'm just tripping.
Proper's nearing that Bob. Obviously, knowing that cage fight is coming up, Prop wants to be as far away as possible. Nice bit of dynamite damage too as they slowly push this payload around this corner. But this is it. You have to get this cage
slow and steady.
Both teams playing so passive here around this corner, and
slow and pokey.
Probably both rushes yet again.
Yeah. Oh, easily. Yeah.
Bob comes through.
Bob's gonna come in, try and start the fight off.
Or cage barrage. Shio's gonna try and beat. Does he get it off? No way he gets it off before they die, right?
Is the barrage in the cage straight on?
Oh, actually, both beats end up.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
So picked in the first fight into Ajax. What are we thinking of a Chio rating so far? The lowest we've rated anyone so far is a 4, but this is a pretty red hot start from old Chio. Stalker responds with a barrage, but it's done. Gooshway cleans up. -7. What about his aura though? Fuck. Not a high aura beat. A Violet out of 10. I feel like Ajax's... I feel like the football equivalent of this is... the football equivalent would be if you score like an own goal or you give away a penalty and your score just gets absolutely smashed. Surely Ajax has to be pretty high up on that. That negative impact. So now we're going to have Kitsune Rush versus Kitsune Rush, but there's going to be a Rampage over the top. And again... it kind of just adds to the fuel to the fire. Now the Queen is better than the Malga in these situations. Now, I mean, Cage is really good, but there's also no great ways for this comp to, other than Suzu, to deal with it.
It's getting taken out by Span there.
Violet does it in style.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, Violet. There was a reckless abandon to Violet's beats, you know.
They're all kind of huddled right now. So, okay, if you rush us, that's fine. Or, sorry, you queen us, that's fine. We'll just hit the Suzu.
You know, like how they talk about, like, sociopaths are born with... Is it sociopath or psychopath? Maybe both of them. They have no empathy, right? They have no capacity to have empathy for other people. It feels like there's something in Violet's head where he has no ability for fear. He's not able to comprehend fear. So he's happy just to beat around the corner or just fucking send it or beat on like 12 HP. And there's something in his brain that just doesn't have, there's no fear response, you know? So he just presses the button with a reckless abandon, which other Lucios don't.
There we go, there's 2. Oh, pages coming up, same the rest of the team. They're all kind of huddled right now. So, okay, if you rush us, that's fine. Or, sorry, you queen us, that's fine. We'll just hit the Suzu.
Alright, Shouts exchange, Kitsune rushes exchange. Backs into the corner, baits him onto him, then rampages. Very nice from Smurf here. Catches him. Surely they get everyone from this. They do. Yeah, it's all Smurf so far, right? They'll stagger out the Malga a little bit too. Alright, it's all Smurf so far, really, in this series. Or in this map, I should say. Lost both Kitsune Rush fights here, LGD. Now a full Ashe Farah mirror.
Initially play this map, I'm like, man, look, this is a flank heavy map. There's so many small corridors you.
Was Smurf even a problem here? Do you mean in this map in particular, or do you mean the tournament as a whole? Because this map, obviously, certainly not. Tournament as a whole? I don't know. I don't know, in this map, I think, like, the thing is, like, Hanbin is a better queen. Like, I feel like I would die on that hill. I think this queen into Malga matchup is really nice for the Junker Queen. So I think as long as you're good at queen and your team's winning, you're probably gonna look really good in this composition, you know, in this type of matchup. But I think Hanbin's a better queen. Like, Hanbin's unbelievable. I think Hanbin's the best queen in the world. Alright, so how does proper die here? Gooseway's just gonna go from downtown. He's just gonna get stinked. He gets dinked by someone. Maybe just the Farah rocket catches him.
Can be pretty terrifying if you're a backliner. Each comp's not exactly wanting to do that, of course. They just want to walk at each other and kill each other.
And this is kind of like a good illustration, I think, of the key difference here, is where, like, both tanks are gonna walk in and use their shout. But look here, like, the initial HB trade, right? If we're talking just tank to tank, Gooseway's going to take so much more from Smurf, right? But they do chunk Smurf back in a second, right? They Suzu Gooseway, he D-peaks a little bit, and Smurf's going to take a little bit of damage, right? So now the HBs kind of equalize. Both tanks have taken a decent amount of poke. But if you watch Smurf's HP from here, and then watch Gooseway's HP from here, and Smurf's ability to play around cover with a bit more nimble, a bit more on his toes. Gooseway, just flat-footed, lumping around, can't reset his health or can't regain his health in a meaningful way. Whereas, like, Smurf's going to get low, going to get Suzu'd out, will gain all of his HP. And Gooseway just can't reset any of his health, you know. Smurf's going to re-peak him, they kill him again. So even though they lost their DPS early, it's just so hard for the Malga. Whoa! Still trade it back, though. Why do I have this emote? Which one is it? 500 cigarettes? I don't know. I think Toby wanted it added, so he added it.
Trading. As long as Smurf stays alive, it could be in Team Falcons' favor, but unfortunately, Shy just an open playing field there, just shoot everybody in the head. And he does so very easily.
A very slight lead though here for Falcons, right? No, less than a meter.
Toby, no, not Soul Dynasty Toby. Toby from chat. All right, so BBB barrages soon. Cage soon for Gooseway.
A split second to be able to get that beat off inside.
Doable.
Oh my god. I thought he killed him for a second. Alright, Barrage beat in aggressively here. Chio in a safe enough spot. They Suzu it first. Much later beat. This beat much better from Chio. Oh, Barrage is a 1-for-1 trade. These are the fights where, like, the replay view would go massive because they beat in so aggressively with Barrage here. They force for Suzu. They'll defensively Suzu on leave as well. They don't get any kills. Smurf gets away from all of this. Because at this point in time, it feels like it should be going their way. Then the Kitsune Rush comes out, I guess, right? So they just have that one extra ult.
As a later Barrage kills Shy, they do no trading, of course, with Lever with an easy target. Stalker stuck in that mid-air animation.
Okay.
And now Gio in trouble, trying desperately to stay up here. forcing OALGD to claim some more lives until they get that checkpoint.
The cage as well. Oh! They're trying to kill Gushway. They Suzu. He's solo. Suzu wants a Gushway. Stalker's back. Oh.
He's just an immortal being, is proper. Every single bit of damage
Okay. Okay, they recover. Now a chance to put real distance on the map.
They're able to just live inside of that cage fight with that Kitsune rush down, keep proper up as well.
It's like they hit the god mode button.
Felt like a really bold move from Fielder to try and like commit to that. But ends up being a good choice.
So easy playing with those players in the backline.
If you have that backline in a ranked game, you know you've won.
Alright, so now Rampage up for Smurf. Bob in exchange for Shy.
Even you could have success on DPS with that backline, I think. So,
that's crazy talk. My Widow goes crazy.
I think if you're Shy here, you just let them just go second if they want to go first. But again, just slow and pokey.
Incentive here for like Falcons still obviously have the lead, right? So there's really not a ton of incentive for them to like be the ones that are the aggressors here.
Fuck, Shy just finds the pick.
But now
Shio's gonna beat it anyway. Oh, they're gonna bob. So now they just need to live this. Care the Rampage. Lynx will have beat for the Rampage if they do drop it.
early on, it's a must-win fight.
Good backup here. Shy's going extremely
Oh
low.
my. Oh fuck. I don't know. It's kind of like an int, but also they beat it in a 4v5, so they kind of have to win the fight like quickly. You know, like if they don't get kills in that beat timing, it's actually really fucked. But maybe the bigger question is like, when Stalker dies like that, why press go on the beat, right?
So there's really not a ton of incentive for them to like be the ones that are
Like when this happens, just a good pick from Shy.
the aggressors here, pushing
Why commit ults and why not keep playing it slow, right?
now. This is going to have an opportunity. They're going to have to use his sound barrier, right? You end up losing Stalker early on. It's a must-win fight.
Good backup here. Shy's
Oh.
low. Look at the aggression onto Shy, but no.
And then Gushway comes back with a counter slam. They deal with all of it. And they trade Bob for beat.
Turn the tides. Of course, losing the fire that early is not a good sign. They should be able to get checkpoint here, Matt.
Yeah, and it's cardiac overdrive there for Gushway as well. That you know, connects with Shy. He's able to kind of get some benefits.
Into the Ajax as well. Fuck. The Geo down for a free in this map. I mean, it's not been pretty, right? Bad ults.
Less than a meter.
Bad ults, caught in the first fight, all these kind of things. Now it's a support or advantage fight for LGD. So need to find a good Rampage. They Kitsune rush. Just there's an option here just to disengage, right? An option here just to disengage, but they try and go with Bob. Shy gets another opening pick as Proper goes for this, and now they will absolutely shred this Bob. I mean, Proper's actually, all the Proper's Bobs, I think, in this series so far have been bad. So factor that into your life.
And Proper and the gang, Team Falcons having to back all the way up now as OALGD take
All right, so now they get.
Yeah, no, ALGD, they hold on to
Now they get it.
here, right? So what they're going to do is back up a little bit.
It was actually a super disengageable one. I guess they didn't want to give lead for it, but
Then use that sound barrier a little bit later.
same with the beat push. Like I can see why they choose to beat push because they feel like they have to try and win the fight quickly. But it just feels like a high-risk decision to make in the moment. Similarly with this Bob against Kitsune Rush, they do it to hang on to the lead. But it's like a centimeter lead, you know? So it's like is it worth, like there's still like 2 minutes left. Is it not just better just to disengage, go back with your own one, you know? Dunno. So they're going to rotate aggressively now. Kitsune Rush chance to push. I think it's just going to beat as they come in. Where are they? I'm going to beat Barrage in, but I don't know exactly what they're looking for. Suzu onto the Barrage opens up the Rampage here. Now they just need to get kills if they can. Oh! Oh.
Although he's kept in that fight long enough for Leave to get a couple of kills.
It's just a dogfight.
Scrappy one of that. You got to be careful. Leave still up. He's alive and well. Plus with 82 meters, OALGD in such a good spot to take this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a minute and 20 on the clock here as the bot
all right.
move back into OAL's going to get Fielder back in the action. It's Fielder
now 1 minute. Barrage available. Fielder's going to go Baptiste. Interesting. don't necessarily hate it. Feels like it should be more killable, but does it actually translate into that? Usually takes a million damage, has cage. If Monk gets Kitsune Rush and they just cage Kitsune Rush, it's probably okay. Or they start with Barrage, they're going to Lamp for Barrage in. Lamp is good. Do they just accept it? Yeah, they just accept it and disengage. I think they still die. Yeah, they still die for it. But I think it's actually potentially it's like that's like a game-winning decision there, not to try and fight that one.
2.5 fights, if that. I mean, 30 seconds to go. Playing on a knife's edge. Still very doable, though, right? You're going to end up probably with you know, an amp matrix here in this next fight. Sound barrier.
Okay, so yeah, Kitsune Rush, Cage, Bob, Barrage. Ah, fuck. Like, what do you do if you're Falcons? Do you actually just beat push? Fuck, it's so hard. It's so hard to play this, like, to survive all of these ults. I think you actually beat push. You just have to beat push and just fucking hope you kill some people. We're even just going to wait for your full 5 bank. There we go, Kitsune Rush, Amber Cage. Leave, actually. Oh, fuck's sake, Chio. So I guess the call here from Falcons is to try and tank it. They'll try and absorb the cage, they'll beat, and then they have Window and Bob, right? So maybe it's not too unreal. Maybe they didn't have to beat push. Maybe there is a world here where they can beat to survive, and the Bob and Window maybe, like, help get them through the cage, right? And then they just hope something happens, a pick happens. Because they do actually get the pick onto leave here. It's ones like this where I'm like, when there's the cage in play, can they not just... Is it not just so easy for Leaves just to, like, use the cage? Maybe the cage is a bit far back, but just use the actual shield of the cage from Barrage. Or does he just blow himself up on the Queen? Maybe. Yeah, the lamp's a little bit late as well. Nah, it's just over. Alright. Fuck. Alright, so wait, let me put the comps in. So it was a Brig ban and a Diva ban. Wait, have I done it the right way around? LGD ban Diva? Yeah, I've done it the right way around. And she got booped.
Value, like, is LGD nearing a 5 ultimates with the rush that can TP. There's the cage. Rush can be
hard to see.
With the team Falcons comp. There's the
Where is he? Here?
TP.
It looks like he goes, what's he booped by, though? Did he get hit by the Bob? Surely not. I don't know.
On top. That's all over.
He's bobbed.
There's the TP. There's the
yeah, I don't know.
Rush can be overwhelming with the
team lock in.
There's
Bob's going his way, right?
There's the cage.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
That's all over.
I don't know.
In the crowd.
He just seemed to go up more than you would expect him to, right? And then Shy finishes the kill. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah.
Look at this. I mean, Falcons, I mean, they are being pushed right now by OALGD, who...
It's one of those ones. It's actually low-key pretty clutchable if the Bob goes off, since they like trade for leave. So, all right. And what are we doing here? So Falcons were on. What's the easiest way to run this? Junker Queen, Kiri, Lucio. And then just Mauga, Kiri, Lucio. Right. Junker, Queen. Yeah, it depends. If the beat goes off, he might survive it as well. Stalker. By Farah entirely. Ash. Kiri. Right. Kiriko. Why? Well, do maybe off stream is I'll write in the I'll just get cities so they're all like preset things, so it like auto fills if I start typing the right thing. So then Kiriko, Lucio. All right. So actually, I think a pretty good from Smurf all round. I think all the rampages landed. Lots of good cleanup, good opening picks. I think actually a really strong Junker Queen showing from is Junker Queen 1 word or 2 words? It's a really strong showing from Smurf, honestly. Maybe we can bump that up. 2, thank you. Stalker and Farah. Felt like a 5 or a 5.5, right? Yeah, just this one Animaniac. We're doing the group stage games that I missed, or at least like the good ones. Proper Ash. Pretty mid as well, right? Mid. Maybe even lower. Bad Bobs, minimal impact. Yeah, was it even mid from Proper? That's a fair point. I could be convinced to lower it. Chio, I don't know what we're doing. Like a 2, a 1. Like a 2 or a 1, right? Is it a hot take to say Zeta were better than Team Falcons? I don't know. I think there's loads of really interesting questions of, because of the run Falcons had in the bracket. Let me go, if I go back to the bracket. Of these other teams that they didn't play, right? Would Falcons have beaten Zeta? Would Falcons have beaten Toronto? Would they have even beaten an SSG or an ENTS? You know, like, how was even though Falcons finished top 4, is it possible? Is it possible they actually got a could have finished lower if like the bracket went differently, you know? Like just the way Toronto. But one thing that's interesting is there's a few teams in this tournament that felt like they had a shit tournament, but then had a good loss. I think that's true for like Falcons and SSG were both teams like this, right? Where they had pretty shit tournaments, but then they had pretty good performances even though they lost to one of the better teams, you know? So I don't quite know what to do with that, you know? Like, oh, they have one good showing against a strong opponent, but how much did that really shift the thing, you know? Let's see. Gushway on Malga, I actually think really reasonable. All the cages worked. Lost some of the opening exchanges, but found good slam value, found good punishes. I think really reasonable. Oh yeah, I forgot about Fielder. Don't know. Maybe just like a 6 or something, a 5.5. Trying to think. All the Kitsune rushes, maybe just a 6, right? The Kitsune rushes all felt reasonable. Didn't feel like he got caught in any of the situations. Just like okay, considering how bad it went. Leave. I think Leave was actually doing quite a lot, right? Leave, and maybe even Shy was doing loads. I felt like Shy got the opening picks in a bunch. Then Monk and Lenksa. This is one where it gets maybe like hard to judge. Maybe what Danny was talking about earlier, you know, in terms of how do you rate these kind of support performances, right? Because I feel like Monk actually made quite a few mistakes. Like he got caught on that Kitsune rush in. Some of his Kitsune rushes were like really early, but he got away with them. Lenksa probably just felt like he had an okay one. Because other than that, not too many mistakes or anything like that, you know? Yeah, I agree, Jax. It was like a really weird tournament to rate SSG, because on paper, the outcome is fine and an improvement from Dallas. But the way the tournament actually went, I think feels a lot worse than the ultimate result they got. So I don't know, you know? I don't know. All right. Hit map 4. Hit map 4. What was the next map in the series? Circuit Royale.
Like with Sir Majid in the game
On a Suravas or a flash.
Surely they don't lose the Sigma mirror to Gushui. Come on. No. No, that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. And what are the bands here? So this would be Falcons ban Brig. And they banned Reinhardt. Why are they banning Reinhardt? Alright, though. Oh, that's too many. What are they scared of? I'm gonna guess the answer's obvious, right? They're scared of Reinhardt. But why would you be scared of Reinhardt? Surely seems something not to worry about.
Roll out, of course, double flex support with Sir Majid coming in. Alari is so good on this map, very good at spam damage. Just in general, focusing down a lot of the shields. Ideally, just like.
Alright, so a full mirror. Bat, Alari. Wait, Majid is in as well. I should update that before I forget. So Majid. Shio benched.
You do a lot of additional damage. And even with the Widows, to be fair, too, if you chunk a Widow down, the other Widow player, your Widow player, sorry, just needs to hit a body shot, and they're done. So, I'm excited to see what Sir Majid
okay.
could do. But Shy starts it off with a bang.
Easy.
the skies. Yeah, so that is really something you're worried about, right? Where Shy, like how Jake was mentioning, can pick up that Widow, pick up the hit scan, and
beast.
Dominant as anyone. So,
Oh, they're going to meet each other in the air?
ooh, should be an awesome head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, Shy versus Proper on Widow. Woo. That's what dreams
The
are made of.
tank advantage, though, should be massive here, though.
Right.
With, like, Hanbin versus Gushui, like, you know, playing that Sigma.
Oh,
Hey, Mr. X is right.
yeah.
You'd expect it.
Gushui not exactly known for the Sigma. Harmbin, on the other hand. Oh.
Fuck.
I mean, you don't need to be known for your Sigma if you're Shy. You can just keep doing this, though, Matt. Come on now.
No, not at all. As
Did he play? I don't think I saw Majid play in playoffs, right?
Right, because
I don't think he got a map in playoffs.
2-1, right? Because,
I didn't see really many of their group stage games because of the way the fixtures went.
So Twisted Minds beats OA.LGD. You know, then Falcons beats Twisted Minds, but then, you know, LGD beats Falcons. Like, all three teams tied would be quite fascinating.
It's actually, it's just been 1.5 minutes, and every 30 seconds, Shy kills somebody.
Feeling it.
It is go time.
He's up there with like,
Window maybe a little shallow from Fielder.
Like some of the most dominant hit scan players we have.
100%. When he's on fire, he is on fire. Had that crazy Dorado game with the
Alright, Alariel stops it. Captive Sun hits 3.
80% accuracy on the railgun.
Why do they window here? Like, they just get a pick, right?
That crazy Dorado game with
I mean, the Captive Sun to turn when they do this is quite reasonable. Like, I think it's a good opportunity by Majid.
Captive Sun from Sir Majid.
Forces Lamp, they're all kind of low. Any peaks with it?
With his own Captive Sun, spots one.
Oh!
Oh, use the shift to get onto the high ground. That pilot's going to heal him up in time. And that Lamp too coming in from Fielder. Mad clutch. Barrage from the back though is Hanbin.
You can kind of just see as well, like, right, like, you talk about this type of mirror, and it's so, Hey, Renato, I'm good, thank you. How are you? But this type of mirror, it's all just about, alright, so my Sigma's going to go for a peak timing, he's going to shield, we're all going to try and swing, and try and hit some shots, and that will make us feel better. But if I look at, like, when Hanbin dies, because obviously some of the problem is Hanbin just isn't looking up. But then if I also look behind him right now and leave turns, like, where's the swing on this? You know, like, where's the Falcon swing on this timing? Where's the opportunity that Proper's looking for or anything like this? Yeah, it's alright so far, Renato. Pretty standard day, went food shopping. sweated it out, walking it, carrying all the food shopping back in the heat. But now we're watching some Overwatch, so everything is good. Yeah, Tracer's good. I think he's swapping to Tracer to go fast, right? Because his team is kind of taking the fight while he's down.
Barrage from the back though, as Harbin steps a little
Oh, then the flux is good from Gushwei.
bit too far.
They actually trade a cup. They trade both DPS for this. But Gushwei can hold this forever. Nice. Fuck. Fuck. Hey, Commander Sex. Sorry, Commander Sex. I guess it is kind of a bit of a con. You're not the real me.
A little bit further up as we see the Infocyte now used here by Proper. Gonna buy some space here, allow Falcons to move the payload.
Can a Proper shut Shy down? That is the question. Of course, knows exactly where he is. Oh, gets spoofed off the map there without a grapple. Body shot onto Leave.
They swung the corner now.
Here comes the flux. Shy still waiting for
It's really early from Hambin, right?
people to peek though to try and capitalize.
Just force Lamp. Proper with a gap.
Almost clear. So much shed there, but no, Proper to shut
Pulse Bomb lands too. Oh, they're back in it.
Team Falcons now finding their tempo.
Yeah, still pretty good hold there for OA/LGD. So they're able to get a hold for a period of time there now. Nice space here from OA/LGD.
So now they hold forward. This is the important fight to win. Probably can even window early if you really want. Make it really hard to get out of this choke.
Crazy angle here by just kind of holding doors. That'll be way more beneficial for their cart push, but it looks like they're going to forego that and just back up a little bit now. They see OA/LGD grouping as 5.
So look at how much space though Falcons, by pushing up, right, getting around this corner.
Still in a good spot.
They're going to get, and no, you do have double support ult here, so this would be Amp Matrix here from Monk early on. Just try and stop that push from Falcons.
There's the window. So ALGD's fight away.
Oh,
didn't quite eat that one.
All right, they're fucking back a little bit in this, right?
Just try and stop that push from Falcons.
There's the window. So ALGD's fight away. Oh, didn't quite eat.
Yeah,
that
good
one.
Ilario. Good captive zone from Majid. They'll clean this one up. One more fight, but it's like this is like one of the such a nightmare retake in this mirror for LGD.
It's going to be very close if they do try and touch. Without like a tracer though, I think you may end up having.
Make a tier list of cute Overwatch players. Not right now. Not right now.
Someone's gonna have to get in there. Leaves
Oh, fuck. I mean,
jump on, but
he kind of has to go to make the space. And then Hambin eats it.
Going by the wayside. 2 minutes to go. Still trying to jostle on the point here, trying to get a bit of extra, a couple of seconds.
Just bullying his way in.
There you go. Team
Hey, I'm a retake so hard.
A devastating first push.
Like a dive into this, I think potentially you could play. Could you try and play the Winston?
Diva more than the Winston. You need to eat so much spam.
You could also play the Maga, right? We've seen them try the Maga. Specifically
Test my sexual orientation. Yeah, I think it's to be fair. There's probably I don't think I'd fuck many of the Overwatch players.
All right, Shy getting a couple of shots there.
So I think if Nat gives you an indication.
So Shy's going to be a massive disadvantage in the 1v1. Proper grappling away.
You guys asked the question, you got the answer.
Betting his sights extremely late.
If you don't like the answer,
It's going to be a massive disadvantage.
you shouldn't have asked the question. So you would fuck someone? No, I probably wouldn't fuck someone. Full disclosure.
1v1. Proper away from the flux, still catches one. Harbin in trouble, gets the lamp to stay alive. Proper not being able to find an angle either as Shy claims he had another kill. Good headshot onto Leave, but doesn't quite get the
A
kill.
risky barrage around the corner.
Quite some time ago. Paying dividends there for Leaves. He manages to stay
All
alive.
right,
180
all right.
Stalker. He's on the tracer now.
Hunting him. Surely don't go through the door, Leave. It's okay. Don't go through the door.
Still probably good to put that pressure constantly on Shy, right? Not a lot of defense there from OA/LGD keeping him off. So Proper trying to get an angle here, just getting spammed out, with some of the Sigma shots.
Alright, slow and steady. Only window for LGD. Oh, he's got him again.
What a dirty shot there from Shy.
Oh.
Straight there under the payload.
This guy's good.
Hit
not see Shy where he was. There's absolutely no way he had vision. Shy at least kills Stalker, I suppose. So a little bit more of a stagger there. Stalker not able to get a post bomb off. A little bit rough for the Tracer.
Oh, really? 100% Falcon C, no Crazy Raccoon C? I didn't really see or hear many Crazy Raccoon fans at the thing. Oh, what an such an outrageously aggressive Ilario around the corner. Proper kills too. Oh, nearly. Deals with him.
But no, there you go. Team Falcons with almost team kill there on VODs.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a scare there as they kind of move in with the Captive Sun, use it towards that high ground where some players are playing. So leave now off of the far. Will kind of contest this here.
Replay of that proper clip.
That payload makes it around the corner. We take a look here from Popper's
Huh.
POV.
See you, Lee.
Not too shabby.
Prop was way far up that staircase.
Yes, Surmajit, after using that ultimate, now switches over to the Kariko.
Yeah, they know Lengster's got his ultimate up in a moment, so that Suju's going to be very...
So what's the idea here? The Tracer Kiriko push top left. Try and take control of top while you force main. But can you get past?
Not sure.
Can you get past Shy?
So cautious here.
Yeah.
And now
Lee's gone to match him as well.
everybody for VODs has to be careful.
Leave is... Where's Leave? Oh, he's just ration point. It's, oh, sorry, it's Stalker who's in behind. Monk shuts him down, though.
Taking Shy out, that's one less threat now you have to deal with.
Alright, Leave gets the kill. And that should just be the series night. Not the series, but defense. Captive Sun to finish it.
But Lengster throwing in that Captive Sun. Find anything at this point.
They get the touch. Stalker can get it. Gooshway can get next touch. Oh, sorry, Hamburg can get next touch.
Okay, Harbin's going to get there as well, but I mean, Shy right now.
Void's getting stunned. Can Stalker get the next one? No, the rock is good!
Nice rock onto Stalker.
Fuck. Intercepted. Gooshway's really fine on Sigma, no?
This group's been pretty in but early. Speed everybody out and then
Alright.
I would imagine.
So I guess so far, I mean, so it's so hard on these matchups not just to kind of focus on like the DPS duels, but it feels like Shy's had the better of Proper, but Proper's given pretty reasonably. Hamburg and Gooshway fairly even in terms of Sigma.
Maybe you want the speed to kind of collapse on
Relatively low impact, I think, from the Pharas. Low impacts from the Alaris as well, right? Low impact from the Captive Suns.
Nice spam damage.
BAP a really hard one to rate in this matchup too.
If you do end up taking a rocket, even just the splash damage can be annoying.
Just a body.
You have to back up,
Just a body.
because otherwise you're just going to get body shot by the other Widow. You don't even need a headshot.
Oh!
Good start though for Team Falcons.
Was this the one where everyone was losing their mind about Shy? This map?
How you supposed to defend that is Linksa will fall, so this will be a team wipe here for Falcons. They'll be able to deal with Leave here in a second. Yeah, so how you supposed to defend that is Linksa will fall, so this will be a team wipe here for Falcons. Not make any changes at least right now.
They're very easy to dodge at that range.
Yeah, I mean, I think Proper's actually played really reasonably well.
Linksa as well, it's worth keeping in mind, Matt. He's not getting a lot of ult charge because it's mainly Gooshway taking damage in the front line. Leave as well, kind of.
I also just really don't like... They always did this, right? They always did like the Lucio BAP on attack. And the beat is like a really nice push ult, but I feel like he's just so little outside of that.
But it's mainly Gooshway taking damage in the front line. Leave as well, kind of every now and then, but this is what happens. You end up getting one shot. So the Lucio, the value there in terms of healing isn't comparable to what Surmajed's doing, who's just dishing out a ton of damage on top of the heat.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not really playing like a death ball, right? So you're not going to be able to just kind of amp heal and stand there, you know, get tons of value. So Monk now has actually built his amp matrix, so what are you going to do?
Right, so an aggressive amp matrix around the corner. Hits the rock as well, so a classic Sigma gap. Lamp is good, they get the matrix off.
Really nice lamp on Harbin. Harbin dies there, that is disaster.
So the benefit would be, though, is you do have the beat, right, to kind of counter, you know, the...
Now the window back. Harbin will get out. Yeah, not a great window. Captive Sun to turn from Majid. Hits again. There we go.
Successfully finds it. Oh, good boop onto Lexa. Lexa's surely dead.
Got him.
Stalker with a nice little concussive blast there onto the
Ah, they're doing so well. There's no way Falcons lose this map.
Lux, Rocket Barrage, and you're going to have the walls here potentially. So.
Oh. Yeah. Who was it? Who was it? Fess up. Who was telling me Proper wasn't a tier 1 hit scan? Who was saying it? Who was saying it? Fess up. Oh, fuck. So they lose Shy, but they're going to beat push anyway. Now Hambit is pretty close to this. Fuck, the Rock connects. Now they can't really push either with this. Even with the trade. Yeah, they just have to concede space. Shy's going to be back to swing soon. Flux. Nice, they finish that kill.
That's aggressive beat from Lengtser paying off for OA.LGD, and that's the checkpoint.
Oh, I mean, he was shielded as well, which helps. Oh, they catch him as well. Oh, Lexa's all over him. I guess they have got the Lucio. I guess Lucio is better for cleaning up these kills.
This is where OA.LGD can make up a ton of time, right? You think of Falcons offense, they were able to kind of like protect this doorway here for a very long time.
And they want to.
Yeah, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to try and fight this barrage from above.
Yeah. As soon as Falcons start to flood out.
Where is Leave? Is he left side already? Yeah, I think so. He's like left of the choke. Like, so he's come out here. It has to be such a brave retake, right? Like everyone, they just try and force the cross. Proper and Stalker both going to go out. They trade 1 for 1. Oh! How does this go so wrong for LGD, no? I mean, this is part of a, like... I mean, Lexer should probably, if anything, actually be starting on Leaf's side here. Just be, like, wall riding up here or something. Do you know why Brig is banned? No. I don't know. Like, I feel, actually, if I was LGD, would I rather not it be a Brig mirror? Force match it in? Maybe, but, like... But then Lengtser, then Lengtser would have to be on, like, an, I don't know. So I think if you're LGD, you either have to do something like way more aggressive. I mean, also remember LGD actually banned second, right? So Falcons, because I think what you would want to do if you're LGD is actually ban the Sigma and then force like a weirder matchup where they either have to play Ram and then maybe LGD can even entertain the idea of playing Dive or something. But Falcons obviously banned first. They banned the Reinhardt. So at least like the Reinhardt's a weird ban, but it obviously protects the Sigma. I don't know why they wouldn't maybe ban something like, I don't really know what else they would play. Maybe they could ban the Ram themselves, but I don't think I've seen Gushway Ram. Maybe ban the Malga. Maybe that's like more worthwhile later. Yeah. So I don't know. So I think Falcon's ban makes sense, at least as a protect ban, even if it was maybe a more optimal one. Then LGD, I don't really know. Because I guess you maybe want Leave to play Pharah as well. So you just accept that both teams will get to play Pharah. Do you ban BAP and force a weirder matchup, like a Kyrielari or something? See, I don't know if that really helps you either. You know what I mean? Like, because you want to play the same comps. Because LGD's plan is to mirror. A lot of their bans would also interfere with the other team's bans as well. Maybe Alari would make the most sense just because then you force like a Brig mirror, which should in theory be better for Lengtser. So yeah, the Falcons one makes more sense, but... Alright, come out, they kill Lengtser.
This window is good for Gushway's damage here, but look at the off angles that Falcons are taking. Not sure Gushway's going to have to...
Shy with one.
They can't really remain here for
oh my god, they're going to captive Sun here?
Out of the way expertly there.
I think ended up firing it off because he was scared.
Captive Sun doesn't land. Now they turn on to Hambin. Hambin has to get lamped out of this. They'll get the window for free. Flux. Oh my god, he fluxes in this corner. Ooh. Lamp is good. Now Lever's going to go Venture.
Yeah,
Interesting. Oh, is this what you were meaning, Clearwater, about ban? Yeah, because I was having this conversation with some people that, you know how a lot of the time teams will run like a Genji in this composition? Because the Genji allows to be a little bit more direct in terms of pressuring out for Widow and stuff like this. So your ability to take space is a lot easier. I was thinking, is there a world where actually, because LGD did this and maybe someone else did as well, is the Venture just better than the Genji at this? Because this matchup is so much about picks and stuff that actually, if you can just burrow underneath, really hard to get a headshot when you're that far underground, you know? So then the Venture can get on the back line for relatively free, or at least clear out for Widow, right? Like if you're a Widow trying to hold an angle, and then you see that their Venture burrows underneath, and they're just coming for you, you kind of have to give up the angle, right? If you're the Widow. So maybe I'm actually like, we've not seen a lot of it, but I think there's a real chance the Venture actually might become optimal in this mirror in a lot of situations. I've not seen enough of it to be sure, but that's my opening feelings. And then, like you were saying, that does actually make the, because Brig is quite like peeling with a, I mean against a Lari's fine as well, but peeling with a Lucio against Venture is really difficult. But with a Brig or a Lari, it's a lot more straightforward. So maybe that's why they banned the Brig, just for that reason. But I feel like if they did the Alari, I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Pretty easy. Disrupt Surmajet, maybe. He's going to have to save that outburst to get away from the Venture. Otherwise, you're pretty vulnerable. Oh, speaking of which. Uh-oh. Oh.
For this exact reason, right? Because what other hero could engage the Widow here from their position? Like, look where they're holding. And look what this maniac has fucking done. Look at poor Proper. Look at him. And then Gushway actually, like, gonna trade rocks. But now, look, Leaves just behind him. Yeah, I mean, the Flux, overkill, really. Overkill, really.
That tick is now at the top of your screen, right? They don't have to get all the way to the end. Have an opportunity here. Maybe you end up using just one of these support ults, right? Save one here towards the end. Then you end up with a Venture ult. So a few different options on how they decide to do it. Yeah, they're going to go around the corner. This is going to be everybody. Yeah.
So even though we felt like Velucio, I feel like Velucio is just worse in this composition. The beat is such a powerful ult. So there's like and this is where, in theory, these are the fights you want to convert. Or, you know, your BAP could get knocked off the edge of a map, and that could be a problem. Boop is good.
He's good. Which was going to end up off the side there. All right, 2 minutes to go. Not a really crazy time. Close to. Payload's regressing.
All right, holding close now.
Damn it. Just trade it.
And there's the beat push. Oh, yeah.
Shy also takes out Proper. This is huge. Super aggro beat.
I don't think you hate this if you're Falcons. You get the beat out in their spawn, and you trade for Baptiste. Okay.
They have not been able to kind of deal with that Venture ultimate coming on in. And you'll also have that Ant Matrix here.
All right, if Venture's holding the high ground, Tectonic Shock. Stalker's going to try and mark it, as is Proper, but no doing. Window onto the point now. Tectonic Shock to help force the point. Stalker trying to come back to help. 1, 2, 3. Is that enough? Habin? Is it enough? Nice, C9s! He actually does enough. Stalker and Hambin do enough. They actually win this fight if he touches, I think. What's Hambin's HP after this? Yeah, he's got enough HP, right, surely. Against the Lucio Widow, he just shields it. He can't die. And Proper shooting the entire way. Oh, it's actually so holdable, right? It's so holdable. Linksa boots him at the end. Oh, right there. Yeah, you're right. It's actually a game. It's actually the boop of the day. Actually the boop of the day. I guess you make an argument Linksa could be, or sorry, Hambin could be lower, but yeah, actual boop of the day. Alright, so Sig double flex support. And that can just be for everyone. So then, what have I done? Sigma, Farah mostly, Widow mostly, Baptiste, Ilari, Sigma. What do I want to put Leave down as? Farah mostly, right? It's kind of weird because Leave was Farah mostly, but all these best plays was on Venture. Was he? It was on Ilari. It was only on Lucio for the attack phone, though, right? Baptiste, Ilari. I might be bringing back the slashes, you know. Maybe where was the one above? Do I change for one above? I feel like I'm bringing back the slashes, maybe. Just thinking how like the filters and stuff will work. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Fuck, I'll just do it this way for now. I'm just gonna get trapped in the same loop of logic. All right, so Hambin Sigma, I think really reasonable, right? Now was that one where he turned the corner versus Barrage and it felt very ugly. But for the most part, I think Hambin played pretty reasonable. Sigma, most Flux has got value, if not all. Stalker, it kind of felt like Stalker did nothing, right? Like a really anonymous game. Proper Widow, I think this is actually a really good. Maybe a 7.2. I think Shy did better, but this was really reasonable. This felt super average. Samajid, maybe like a 5.5. I don't know, maybe even just a 5. Like a couple of the Captive Sons were good, but there was not a lot of picks coming his way. Not a lot of Captive Son value. Gushwave though, what do we think? The same as Hambin? Pretty toe for toe in terms of a Sigma. I don't know if there was a clear. I don't think it felt like we had a clear Sig gap either way. Then Shy on Widow, like a 7.8 maybe. I don't know if it's just a 7.5. Like I want to put it above proper. But I don't know if it's like crazily above proper. You know. It felt like Shy got more picks, but a lot of Shy's picks were like he just wins a duel at the start of a fight, and then the fight just doesn't even happen, you know? Whereas maybe Proppers were in, like, bigger moments. I feel like Monk actually low-key quite bad. Maybe just like I don't know, a 5, though. Lengths or Ilari. Don't feel like it did anything, right? Captive Sun value, maybe not there. Picks, not really there. Lengths or Lucio. Don't know. I feel like the Lucio does so little in this comp. It's really hard to give it much more than like a 5. I know the boop at the end was good, right? But and then Leave. I don't know, maybe just a 6. I mean, the Venture plays at the end were mega, but it was quite a small part of the overall. Maybe like a 6.5. I don't know. Those Venture plays at the end were really good, even though it was like a small part of the map. Is that reasonable? You say Proper 6 or 6.5? I thought Proper actually had a really good map. I thought it was really good. What did I put him at? 7.2? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I thought you had like some really good moments. Yeah, and these ones are really hard. Like, because in like a lot of the other comps, like in that Kiri Lucio that we just watched from Rina Sapi, right? There's stuff for all the heroes to do quite actively. You know, if we look at the Junker Queen can have a large influence. The Farah can have a large influence. The Ashe, the Kiri, the Lucio, like these support ults, everyone has like an aspect of the competitional matchup where they can make a significant difference and a significant impact to the fight. But on this matchup, when it's like the Sigma, the Farah, the Widow, and the Bapalari, like the Sigma can have a big impact, right? If you can win that frontline consistently. Obviously, the Widow can have like massive influential factor in the fights. But the other heroes, like the Pharah is, I feel like, minimal value. The Baptiste, I feel like, as long as you don't fuck up your lamps, your ability to impact the fight is a really low, right? Illari, I feel like you can have high impact, but it's also hard, you know? I feel like Illari and Pharah are kind of, like, attached in, like... You can if you play really well, but a lot of the time you're a bit more of a role player. That's why I think when Leave goes Venture, it stands out so much, because when they're on that hero, suddenly they can have huge impact and make, like, game and fight winning plays and really sort of stand out. Whereas for Baptiste, like, obviously you can get window value, and I felt like, to be fair, both Baptiste didn't get very good window value through all of this, but it's also a hard comp to consistently do it as well. Maybe that's just some of the nature of it, right? I think as we go through this, what we might find is, like, say with main supports, a lot of the time the rating is just like, oh, you're kind of actually just between like a 5 and a 6 most of the time, right? So if you end up as being like a 6.2 average main support, you're actually towards the top, right? But then if something like DPS, there might be a much more like, oh, we go like 5 to 8 more consistently or something, you know, and there's like a bigger range of impact you can have. Okay. Alright. Alright. What am I doing now? Maybe I'm gonna go get a drink, and then I don't know if I'm gonna do another series, because I was planning to stop at 6. But obviously, if I stop at 6, I don't really have time for another game. Let me go back to the group stage. Because I guess what else do I want to watch? I think I obviously want to watch this one, right? No, not the Makers one. Sorry, Max. This one. This one as well, right? And dropped a map, probably interesting. That one we watched live. And then in Group D, anything in Group... Maybe... Where was it? Zeta Ents. This one. I know it was a stomp, but... Still worthwhile. Then SSG versus Nightmare. Well, which one of these games did I even fucking watch? I probably want to watch this one, right? Fnatic versus VP. I want to watch this one for sure. I watched that reverse sweep, and then I want to watch SSG Fnatic. And these, like... Does these seem like the 6 most high-profile games to watch? Does for Toronto... Maybe Toronto versus GG any good? POV's not available yet, no. Still waiting on, like, them to sort out replays and OPR access and all of these sort of things for that type of stuff. So we're just looking through the VODs right now. But hopefully that stuff does become available at least in some form. Fnatic versus Nightmare. Yeah, I watched that one live though. I watched that one on the B stream live. I casted it, so I'm prioritizing the series I haven't seen. I guess Crazy Raccoon versus Toronto. It doesn't feel worth it, right? Maybe it's like we'll do it, but it's lower down the list, I guess. Lower down the list. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Let me go grab a drink and stuff. And then we can just hang out for a bit. I don't think I'm going to stay around too much longer because I've got I was planning to finish at whatchamacallit, 6, so in like 45 minutes anyway, so we won't have time to watch like a full another map anyway. So I think we just chill for a bit. I'm happy to answer any questions people might have about the event or thoughts on the tournament or anything like that. And then tomorrow we can start, but now we've sort of got a bit of the preamble out of the way in terms of how the ratings thing will work. We can probably just like crack on fewer good free series. Maybe get like 2 or 3 series tomorrow easily. And then I'll feel a little bit more progress to be made, you know? So let me go top up my water, get another Diet Coke. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. I'll run an ad while I go. Oh wait, I can't. Never mind. I'll go. Oh, it's so warm. But I'm back. Oh. How am I saying? Am I feeling good? Yeah. I actually, like, the trip back was, like, horrible. Because it was, like, I don't know if it was the same for you guys, but my flight was, like, the night of, like, I finished the co-stream of the finals, and then I went back to the hotel, packed up my stuff, and then went to the airport. So I would have left for the airport about 3 a.m. By the time I was, like, back through my door at my house, it was like 9:30. So it was a long day of traveling. A long day of traveling. So when I got back, I think I slept for probably like 11 hours that night or something. Like, for me at least, the whole event was pretty full on, really. Because what happens at most events when I've gone with London and stuff in the past is what happens is you do the tournament, you have the tournament, you play the tournament, it's pretty full on, you're practicing, you're preparing, playing matches. And then you get eliminated. So then you just have like a few days that are kind of like just chill, and you get to kind of just have a bit of a holiday. But when I'm co-streaming, it's really hard for me to get eliminated while co-streaming. So I think in total, like, I got there on the Wednesday. Let me use a different color. I got there on Wednesday, and then I did like 2-hour fucking rehearsal for the stream. Then I did like a 10-hour broadcast. Then Thursday, I did fucking 2 hours trying to figure out this fucking tiebreaker situation. Then like another 10-hour broadcast. And then Friday, Saturday, it was probably like 10-hour stream, 10-hour stream. Sunday, probably only an 8-hour stream, but then obviously straight into it, like straight into the flight, you know? So it's like Tuesday, I arrive at 10 p.m. Whoa. Bank shockers.
Crash.
And then I just fucking leave. So, like, I actually got to experience so little of the event considering I was there. But I enjoyed the co-stream. I always do. Enjoyed the casting. Double sound again? Yeah, who knows, hey? Who knows? Unfixable. Unfortunately, unfixable. As I've proven time and time again. It's just the state of affairs. But yeah, so while I enjoyed the event, it was like pretty full on. I much prefer the events where we get to do a bit of both. Like, I always remember Hawaii in season 5 where we got to play, like, even though we got knocked out in like a pretty horrid fashion, we then just got to spend half a week in Hawaii with nothing to do, which that's the optimal way to min-max a tournament. Because I think that's what like Makers did, where they go out in groups and then they get to go do like the sand safari, mess around on the dunes and stuff. The SSG guys get to ride a camel. I did not get to ride a camel. Didn't get to do any of the tourist stuff. Only a purely business trip. Is a horse ride the same as a camel ride? Is that the question? I don't know. I actually don't know. You have to ask the SSG guys. What match will you watch tomorrow? So I think should we just stick with Group B? I want to watch this one. Yubi was telling me this is the one to watch. He might be biased in all of this. But yeah, the TM guys were like pretty happy with this one. This one as well, right? Oh, not this one, sorry. That's one we watched. Where is it? This one, maybe both the TM games are pretty good. Group D is the one to watch. Yeah, well, like, the ones I watched live, I can't even fucking remember which way round ones I watched. But yeah, I feel like I didn't watch VP play until... I watched the VP reverse sweep, but I didn't see the first 2 VP games. Because these are obviously, like, the big wins, so we should watch those 2 games. And then, which was the other one we didn't watch? And then, obviously, this one we didn't watch either. So I think those 3 and the 2 TM games from the group stage are probably, like, top of the list. And then stuff like Ents v Zeta and Crazy Raccoon versus Toronto may be kind of interesting. But also, they were pretty much stomping. Like, I heard the Zeta Ents one was like proper getting spawn camped type deal. So maybe actually isn't all that interesting to watch. So I think VP will be at the top of my list because I didn't actually see a lot of VPs. Like, most of what I watched from VP was the reverse sweep, which was obviously fucking dramatic, but just for playoffs where they got knocked out. Gaming at 2 a.m. went hard. There were such late nights. There was such like traveling into then having to stay up to like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. the next day. I mean, I get why they do it, right? Because it makes for broadcast times better for the rest of the world. But fucking, I think, really bad for the players, especially the players like the Group D players who had like the end of game ones as well. And like the nature is, I feel like there's about like the co-stream as well. Like when I end the co-stream, it's really hard for me just to go like, just immediately go to sleep or go to bed, you know? Like a bit too much energy still. And I think it's the same for a lot of players, right? You play a series, especially like some of these fucking series, right? Like, imagine for like Shockwave and Kaneo, right? You beat Fnatic, you beat SSG, then it's 3 a.m. and you're back in your hotel room. Like, you're not going to fucking sleep, are you? Like, how do you... You went to sleep at 8 a.m. that day? Exactly. It's just impossible. And yeah, for those who don't know, because of how hot Saudi Arabia is, what happens is it's almost like quite a nocturnal city in the sense that while stuff is obviously open during the day still, there's like a really high activity of people still going out and about and doing social stuff at like 2 a.m. So when we leave the venue at like 2, 3 a.m., thinking, you know, late night, just get back. I think it happened 2 of the 5 nights. I get stuck in traffic on the way back. So I'm there absolutely shattered after a long day. And I'm just stuck in like bumper to bumper traffic at 2 a.m., which seems inconceivable. But that was the reality. But I mean, what can you do about that, right? But yeah, so super interested to watch these VP games because I didn't really see the come up, you know. I just heard the results and it was happening and they were upsetting everyone, but I didn't actually get to see how it happened. Because in theory, the Nightmare game should have been the most winnable, but the SSG and Fnatic ones would have expected them to get dove quite a lot, and that to put them in quite a difficult predicament. But obviously it didn't actually translate that way, did it? Aside from the hero bans, is there anything else you want to see from the production added to IWCS? I don't know. Well, a lot of the shoulder content was really good in the sense where we got to see some of the teams. Like, some of them was just like light content where you get to see them play the games and stuff, or do some of the what was it? You know, we like, oh, the rank 5 things or something, rank for 5 maps or whatever. So some of that stuff was alright. Some of it wasn't that interesting. But more of that stuff where we hear more from the players and everything, I think would be way more interesting. I think, yeah, we got to see Kaneo's geographic knowledge. Yeah, those ones are good. Like, I preferred, like, you know, the one where it was like, oh, rank these things, like, 1st to 5th. Those ones weren't as good, but the ones where it was like, fucking, do you know where Peru is? Fuck. Those ones were good. So I enjoyed those bits of content. I enjoyed a little bit of like the bits where Puckett was going around and just catching people while they were doing media and stuff and getting like short interviews. I thought that was good. I would have liked to see a little bit more. I don't know if I just missed it or if they had some of this, but like maybe some more serious interviews where they asked the players about, or the coaches or the players about bans and expectations and how that was working for them. I would have enjoyed more of that. I think, obviously, a lot of the production value was really good in terms of like the stage production and all of this. Like I thought, obviously it looked mega, and it looked the part. Obviously, I know that's the sort of thing you can't really replicate for like the online part of OWCS, and it's probably too expensive to do at Stockholm. But all of that stuff was honestly really cool. I thought the desk was good. You know, I think especially like I didn't really watch any of it on the first days because I was casting, but the bits I saw with at the like the finals and stuff when it was like Unter, McGravy, and Jake, I thought they were all really good. So would be happy to see them on the desk more, even though I don't think that's really a reality. My opinion on single elimination now? I mean, I thought it was exciting, right? I thought, like, if I look at how this tournament went, I thought the group stage was super exciting, right? Super exciting group stage. Felt really competitive. Lots of the games felt like they had weight. In terms of a single elimination, the problem with, like, the biggest thing you want with these inter-regional competitions is you want to see as many of the inter-regional matchups as possible, right? So I think if I look at like what were the most interesting games, it's like, well, obviously Fnatic get a smaller pen. This one was really interesting. Obviously the two Zeta Division ones were super interesting. Even, and this was kind of one-sided, but it was interesting to see how they matched up. Same with these ones, you know. It's still nice to get, like, it's, you know, like, even though it's just a Korean mirror or a Korean, like, the top two Korean teams, I was really happy we actually got this matchup at some point, right? I think it's become, like, the real rivalry of this year. Yeah, they got loads of the bans right. Yeah, I think it's not even about getting the bans right, but just, like, getting the logic right, you know? Or, like, what are the teams trying to think? Or if they do ban this, what does that mean? But in terms of a single elimination, I think that's maybe something we were, like, that's one of the problems with single elimination, where you sort of get, like, we're still left with all these questions, right? So we know Falcons are better than M80, cool. We know they're better than Virtus Pro, cool. But who wins in, like, Falcons versus Toronto Ultra, or versus SSG, you know? Where are those power levels? Come on, Kanai. We've got to learn where Peru is. So it feels like we were robbed of some of those matchups, but I don't know if you can solve this within the time constraints of the tournament. I think what I would have rather seen, if I could, like, bearing in mind it's a 5-day format, I think I would have rather, instead of these these 4 groups, we only had 2 groups, and then we still do the round robin. But there'd be, like, almost a bigger round robin because you'd play against more teams, you know? So then you'd see more of these international matchups. It would mean more games for the teams, but I don't think that's the end of the world, really. And then you get to see more of these, like, cross-regional matchups, and then we go to single elim. I think that would have been the optimal, even though it would have been, like, a more hectic schedule. Did you compare my power rankings or final standings? I don't think did I do, like, a proper power rankings? I know I did, like, a mock bracket, but I don't know if I did, like... Maybe I did power rankings right at the start, right? When I did the tier list thing. I don't know. Does anyone have a screenshot of it? I didn't save it anywhere. You think the tiebreaker should be map score first? Yeah. I mean, I can sort of see... With the tiebreaker situation, I think... I can kind of see the logic of what they did, right? Because one in Group D, it felt like you got scammed in Group D, right? Because if you're in Group D and you're Nightmare, you did really well against Virtus Pro. You took 2 maps off them. And because of how the tiebreaker works, you got no reward for playing close against the top seed of the group, right? But in Group B, it was all the makers' scores that were disregarded. So while Twisted Minds got buffed by this, it meant that, well, your score against the weakest team of the group doesn't get counted. So it's sort of, it can go both ways. But I think the bigger problem with it is, one, that, like, it shouldn't just be random if it, like, is the worst group or the best group, like your tiebreakers against. But I think it's also just insanely confusing. I think when I was trying to do the math, like, I can bring it up now. Wait, can I bring it up without leaking anything? I can bring up my working for when I was trying to solve these things. Group D tiebreakers. So like when I was trying to work out all these tiebreakers, I went through with a bit of help from Doishi from Discord. Oh, wish I could write 3. But it meant there were 4 different options, right, based on the 2 results at the same time. And based off these 4 options, if we hit some of the options, like half of the options, it would be clear. P teams would just go into a first, second, third, fourth order. But on 2 of the options, we would enter like, like option 3 and option 4 here. We'd enter into the tiebreaker situations. And then what would happen is the map score would come into play of one of the series. So if the map score was this or the map score of this is how the order would go. But then, in some of the situations, which is why this one's pink and this one's turquoise, is then the other series, we'd go into like a 3-way tie or a 2-way tie on map score, which then meant you would have to refer to fucking table 85 to figure out which order people would finish in, And while we were able to work all this out, how do you explain this on broadcast to the audience in a way that's understandable clearly? Like, how do you really get the stakes across to the audience? Because I feel like what you want in this Group D situation, when it's going on, is you want these 2 games to be super high stakes, because it's like it's super high stakes to be like, oh, VP or Nightmare need to win this game. And if Nightmare can't win this game, they need SSG to win 3-1 or 3-2 or whatever it is, So then it becomes super interesting because the stakes are clear. And I think the problem with this system, because it goes into all these like there's so many different options, it becomes super hard to understand for anyone to really keep track of where the tables are. Like, if anyone wants to watch football on like the final day of the season or in like the last day of Champions League groups, they'll play the matches at the same time. So you have this weird thing where it's like, oh, Milan have scored a goal, which means they go top of a group, And what you want to do then is you want to bring up like the live fucking table. Like, if these games were happening at the same time, you want to bring up the live table like, oh, VP have just lost map 1. And this is how the table looks now, and you can see Nightmare have shot up the fucking table. Or something, I think that would have been like the optimal way to do it. And when you have like these more convoluted tiebreaker rules, you lose the ability to do some of that. So like, if you want to make the rules more complicated or more complicated I think it's okay if it adds something to the format. So the band system is a good example of a system that's a little bit convoluted because there's a couple of different rules in place for how it works throughout the series. But I think the results are worth it. It makes the system more interesting and more engaging. I don't think the tiebreaker rules added anything. I think it actually just made it more confusing and harder to understand for the teams and for the audience and the broadcast. So if you want to make the rules more complicated, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it has to add something. And in this case, I don't think it added anything. So I would have much rather just seen like a more straightforward one where it's just, it's just map score, So I think that was an unnecessary complication for sure. But other than that, I don't know, the bans I think were enjoyable. At least for the viewer. I know like some of the teams really struggled because it makes practice more complicated, it makes preparing more complicated, and it really affects your ability to prepare properly for series in the same way I think a lot of players and teams are used to from Overwatch League. So So I think it makes it harder for the teams, but I think there's an aspect of, fuck the teams. They'll figure it out, right? They'll be able to figure it out and get something through. Prioritize for like viewer experience in that aspect of it. Probably should decide for seed picks from map picks as well. You mean like for first map Shockwave? Like rather than having because for those who don't know, all the first maps throughout the entire tournament were predetermined. Yeah, it should just be higher seed gets the map pick, I think. That seems like more reasonable. since there was already seeding to determine all these things anyway, you know. Thoughts on Nightmare running Diva comp in Hollywood with only yeah. But I was watching the SSG Fnatic game because the way the schedule finishes, like this game finished first, so then in like the play around, SSG Fnatic was going on, so I was watching with all the guys and I asked them about the Diva thing because I was like, surely it was a hot take. And a couple of players said they didn't think it was like, they didn't necessarily want to do it, but it was like, trust the team, you know, the team decides this, trust the team. But in hindsight, I think they all said that actually attacking in a brawl mirror on Hollywood first, the attack is actually way more reasonable. It's like easier to attack than defend on that mirror. So they should have just taken the mirror. But you know, the beauty of hindsight, right? The beauty of hindsight. Oh, you mean the pick order? So TM went 2-1 and picked second. Wait, what do you mean? You mean like when we got to the first round here? Let me go back to the other page. Oh, you mean like the draft order? So like when teams got to pick in this position, essentially, right? That TM got a really high choice, even though, say yeah, same with round one. That like, yeah, I mean these ones are the harder ones. So you think it should have just defaulted to like the original seed? So like in this situation, who was it? So it was like, Ents got to pick, Falcons got to pick, SSG got to pick, and Toronto Ultra got to pick. But instead of doing it in the order they did it, which was what was it? It was SSG, Ents. It was like SSG got to pick first, right? Then Ents. And then Falcons. And then this was the leftover game, right? But instead of doing that, you would have rather, oh, he's a different color. So instead of that, it goes on like your group result. But the problem is, how do you separate, like, because Falcons here, or do you just go to original seed, right? So Falcons with a higher seed coming in, so they'd still get, let me use a pink. So in that system, like, Falcons would still get first pick because they came into the tournament higher seed. Then SSG would still get second pick. Then Ents third, then Toronto fourth. Kind of like this, right? Instead. Or do you mean do it off group results? Map score? Yeah, but then what do you do in this situation where, like, Toronto went 2-1 and Ents went 2-1? Do you just use the original seeding as a tiebreaker there? Yeah. And then in this situation, SSG would get last pick, essentially, right? Yeah. Yeah, I can see an argument for that. It's, I don't know. I think that the whole tournament seemed very geared towards, like, you know, like the fucking key crushing, draft your opponents. Very much sort of set up to try and create rivalries. But yeah, I can see a system like that being fairer. Rather than, like, saying the original group strength, right? Yeah, I enjoyed the key stuff. Sorry, I glazed over this previous one. Even though you love So and Danny, it was refreshing to have a very analytical desk and not just someone who's like, I put in that team because they have cool jerseys. Yeah, no, I enjoyed the desk a lot. I think it was sometimes what I felt I guess we talked about this on Coachable ages ago. The idea that, like, you want it to be more analytical in those segments. And I think the desk did, at least from what I saw on, like, the playoff days, it felt like we got more of that from the desk. In terms of what to expect and the different matchups and all of this. So I thought that was really good. Obviously I wasn't like full paying attention because I was also co-streaming, but just yapping over it. But I'm very much on board for that type of thing. Refreshing to see different faces. Yeah, I mean, I thought both Unter. I mean, obviously I'm maybe biased towards Unter, but I thought Unter and McGravy were both like really good additions. And I think with this, with the more tactical nature of like the map drafting and the hero bans and all of this, I think having that sort of like additional knowledge on the desk is super useful for those exact situations. You didn't see Hex on the desk? Well, he was only there for groups, right? So I missed all of that because I was on the B stream, and we had no desk on the B stream. Me and Julian were also the desk. I remember on the B stream, they were really keen to go to like quite a lot of breaks, and I kept showing like, keep us on. I can yap a little bit. I can yap more about this. Great to have Avril back as well. Yeah. A lot of the casting, obviously, I'm yapping over when I'm co-streaming, but I thought Achilles and Avril were a good pair. I was a bit surprised not to see him get the final. I thought they'd be quite good. But I guess I understand that, like, Jaws and Mr. X are, like, they're, like, more of a premier pair, right? Because they have, like, the reputation from doing OWCS all of this year and all that. Yeah, I thought Avril and Achilles were good. Surprised I didn't mention TF2 on the B stream. Did I not? Was there an opportunity? I don't think I did. I think I managed to suppress that urge to bring up TF2. Just about. But yeah, I think overall, lots of the things. There's like lots of small changes I would make. You know, like in terms of how the seeding and some of the tiebreakers work, or like some of the drafting maybe as well. But I think the overall concept was pretty successful. I don't think anyone felt like the single elim was worse. You know, and there's like a argument that there's like an argument that double elim you just get to see more of these matchups, but I think given the time constraints, double elim would have been like super hard to do, without just making it really tough on the players and the teams. So I don't know if there's like a format that could fit into this schedule. Yeah, I saw there was like a whatchamacallit, a Reddit thread. That was kind of like a bit anti-Avril. I think Avril can be like quite critical at times, and there's sometimes an aspect of like you want to try and show like both teams. There's like you should call out mistakes, but there's also a balance of you want to like, well, what was the team actually trying to do, you know? Like I think like a good example is like, where's the fucking game? Right? Like to be fair, I don't know what the casting was like or what they called at the time. Where was it? Which game was it? It was one of the TM games. Maybe it was in playoffs. Was it this game? Was there a Midtown in this one? Yes, there was this game, right? Where it's like, do you guys remember this fight? At the end of Midtown, where TM went all in. Where is it? Ilios. Runasapi. Oh wait, it's just it's just the entire fucking
absolutely nuts.
Do I think the creep should have been drafted? I thought the seeding was actually good. Like I know they had to just kind of like decide that X region is above X region and all of this, but I thought the seeding was actually really good going into the tournament, considering some of the teams we haven't seen play each other. So I thought the seeding for the groups was super fair and super reasonable. This one? Yes, this one, right?
Here, get his team on the board in front of the hometown crowd in Riyadh.
Beat, post bomb. Look how aggressive they're playing as well, and they know they can just run into them. Bliss with the sound barrier hits 4. They're running into the back line of post bomb, landing onto Vega. Does manage to stay alive though as the cage gets deployed. Their OT has been popped here by Toronto Ultra, who do manage to find at least Vigilante. Sugar Free's pushing the payload. It's actually going to get matched with Quartz here on the Widowmaker. He's so low. Vega, Sugar Free are pushing the payload. Someone has to touch. Someone has to get there in time. You need a cast on this arm. Twisted Minds push crowd in Riyadh. Beat.
This is the minus 40k game.
They're playing as well, and they know they can just run into them. Bliss with the sound barrier hits four. They're running into the back line. A pulse bomb landing onto Vega. Does manage to stay alive though as the cage gets deployed. Their OT has been popped here by Toronto Ultra, who do manage to find at least Vigilante. Sugar Free's pushing the payload. It's actually going to get matched with Quartz here on the Widowmaker. He's so low. Vega, Sugar Free are pushing the payload. Someone has to touch. Someone has to get there in time. UB with no recall, and Sugar Free and Vega have done it. They pushed the payload all the way under car wash, and they're on match point now. A 3-0 with Zeta Division in the semi-finals, potentially going to get matched up to them. They can just close out one more map.
What a devastating loss for Twisted Minds. It really felt like they were going to make the miracle happen and close out Midtown, but now they're down 3-0 in the series. Quartz is heating up. UV's looking as good as ever, but is it enough? I mean,
Oh yeah, but I was gonna say, like, I don't know how they reacted to this on the cast in terms of like good fight, bad fight, or whatever. But I don't think it was a mistake from Yubi. I think the call is actually like pretty reasonable. I think it's like Quartz makes the mistake maybe, because I was looking at this at the time and I thought like, it's a red hot take to fucking push here, right? Into these ults. But I think if I look at this, right, like if I'm Twisted Minds and I'm listening to my main support. What ults has Bliss called right now in this final fight? He's probably said, yeah, they have fucking Cage, bro. Yeah, they have fucking Beat, bro. They actually probably have Window as well, bro. I don't know why. That's how Bliss talks, if you don't know. But Bliss probably says something like this, and then Twisted Minds look at their ults and go, fuck. This is a tough fight to win, right? We can't just take a Cage trade where they have beaters and we match beats. And they maybe even have Window and stuff as well. So, what's the play here? There's like a few options, right? Where you try and play it super slow, maybe get your own window, but that doesn't feel great. But actually, the play here is probably, fuck it. We have to beat push, and we have to Ajax Vega. And then we just hope we can win the fight from there, etc. You know what I mean? Because I think if you look as this like push comes in, they go around the corner, the pulse bomb forces the lamp. The pulse bomb's actually onto fucking Vega, right? Onto Vega. Yubi actually hits the pulse bomb he needs. Then they drop the cage, but obviously they need to try and kill Vega. And then they just kind of can't, right? They can't. I think there's probably an argument here now, like, because Quartz goes backwards right at the start of this fight. Like, when Quartz does this, I guess the call is for, like, Quartz to watch point. But I kind of think, fuck it. Quartz just needs to come as well. Because what's Quartz going to do against this Tracer? Like, I think Yubi goes for, like, the fucking Pulse Bomb, and then just has to try and blink back and match it. So I think, like, the call is really reasonable, right? And then when you factor in, like, how do Twisted Minds always play when there's, like, a 50-50 option of, like, what we do? Yeah. Do you think Quartz... I don't know. I think Quartz should have just swung with them as well, right? Because if you look at Sugar Free's position, Sugar Free's here right now, right? And Quartz is watching nothing. So I think, like, Quartz might as well have just swung here, or even if he swings with the team, maybe it's not awful. But I think, like, the actual... The beat push call is fine. The only bit I'd question is, like, isn't Quartz just wasting his time here, you know? Should he not actually come with us on this? And then if Sugar Free obviously tries to blink behind to try and get the C9, right? Then fuck it, like, between Yubi and Bliss, someone can fucking deal with it, you know what I mean? We just try and manage that situation mid-fight. Because if they don't get the Ajax here, the fight's just a hard loss either way. Or like a really hard to win unless something goes impossibly wrong. So I don't think this was a bad call at all. It was just like, it's actually a really tough situation. The situation only looks more reasonable because Vega and RuPaul don't actually have ult for like another like 20-30%, you know? But that's not the situation I think there. I don't think, yeah, that's not the call that would have been made before the fight, really. But to be fair, like on the broadcast, they don't really talk about it either way, right? They kind of just react to what's happening on screen. So they don't like good call or bad call it. But this is like an argument where you can like, I think it would be very easy to say this is a bad fight because it goes wrong. But actually, it's probably quite a reasonable call in the situation. It's just like a very difficult situation to win. Why did they kill Vega after the pulse on the lamp? I don't know. It's fucking can't aim, I guess. Right now, it feels like Vega probably dies, right? I mean, the cage actually does wonders, right? Because Yubi kills him 100% of the time. It's just like TVNT and Bliss can't find the kill or something, you know? But then Yubi can't fight us anymore, or can't shoot the Tracer anymore. And then by the time he starts to get away, right? And obviously, yeah, then Reaple's just like full pocketing him through and everything. Yeah. If TVNT didn't use Ramult the fight before they win. Yeah, I think I remember that as well. I think it was really, really avoidable. It's one after this, right? How does this one go? Can't remember it exactly. Bang! Oh yeah, in this point, yeah. Like in this point, it's just fucking, you just take it, right? Everything is under control. Force him to reset. He chooses to keep, yeah. It's just not worth. Just not worth. And then that, because then they don't have to make any of these kind of plans in the next fight, right? If this was the same situation, but they have Ramult and beat, let's just go and do what we did before, right? Where Quartz will stand up here, we meet them on point. If they cage, we can Annihilation. If they beat, we can beat, and both teams will have a window, and then hopefully there's like a timing in there, you know, maybe Yubi hits with Pulse, etc. All of that. Why no more Falcons fans than TM there? I mean, Falcons are just the bigger org, right? I think Falcons are like a pretty bigger org. Probably the biggest org in Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken. So I think a lot of Falcons fans for all the games, including Overwatch, and also they're winning more, right? If you followed if you follow any other sport or esport, you'll realize that a great way to have fans is to win loads of games. If you win all the games and you win all the tournaments, you'll gain fans. People like winners. The Man City of esports, well, yeah. People are always a sucker for a successful team. Makes sense why no one likes you then? Well, we got 2 respectable 6th place finishes. Everyone loved London. We were probably the most popular team relative to our placement. Everyone loved London. We were like, I think we were lots of people's second team in Overwatch League. You know, like maybe people still had like, they still supported the geographically closest team. But the second team was always London. Thoughts on being racist to white people? I don't know, Chris. I was reading recently and that's not possible. So I don't think it. From what I hear, it's not possible actually, Chris. So nothing to worry about. We're actually we're protected apparently. You guys are our side chick? Exactly. Irresistible. I mean, someone did it. Someone dropped the Ms. Liz in my chat as well. We were watching the game. Was it? It might have even been this game. Hold on. Is this the game? Maybe it wasn't. Where was it? There was one game where someone hops in my chat. I don't remember what game it was. I mean, it would have applied to multiple games. But someone hops in my chat and drops for like a why are no women work in this event? And then on screen, within 5 seconds, was the female referee behind one of the teams. It was like, great. Is it possible you've come in with an agenda? Ironically, I won't be able to find her now. Is Yubi mentally there? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think Yubi's a bit of a client, a bit of a rager. But he seemed, I spoke to him, what day was it? Maybe the Sunday? He seemed fine, you know? So any hostility he was feeling seemed to have dispersed by then. Any hostility towards China or towards the Twitterverse seemed to have cooled off by Sunday at least. Is he more ragey? I don't know. I think Yubi's always been like a pretty... I guess the nice way of saying it is he's always been a very intense character. So when these things happen, takes it very personally, takes it very seriously. Probably made a mistake going on Twitter that day. A passionate young man, yeah. Passion cannot be denied. There's also an element, like, 100% UV shouldn't engage with any of these trolls on Twitter, but I don't know. There is an element of me as well, from, like, the player perspective of, like, if someone's DMing you abuse or, like, atting you, having a fucking go, if you tell them to fuck off, fair enough as well, you know? You know? Like, if someone ats me on Twitter after a game and says, "You're fucking shit, bro, you should lose your job," I feel I probably have a bit of a right to tell him to fuck off as well, you know? goes both ways. Obviously, like, the real thing to do here, and what I think, I don't know, Chris or both of us would have said on our time at London is, just don't go on social media after a loss, you know? Don't watch the Twitch streams, don't watch the reaction, don't go on the Reddit match thread after a bad loss or anything like that, you know? Just don't engage. Just don't engage. Or, you know, do engage and then DM them some abuse back. Fuck it. Get in a fight, why not? The listenings were good? Yeah, listenings were good. I enjoyed the listenings. I enjoyed a lot of the post-game interviews, pre-game interviews. I enjoyed the loser interviews as well. I know there were some people who were saying they weren't as keen on the loser interviews, but I think the loser interviews are a good thing. I think it should be, like, normally what happens on the broadcast side of things is the casters or the desk or the analysts will request a player. Like, you'd say, "Oh, I'd like to speak to this player." But for the loser interviews, I think it should be like the team volunteers a person, right? So a lot of the time, you see this in like football and rugby and all these things. Like after a loss, the players who come out to do the press interviews, it will either be the manager or like the captain of the team or one of the older players on the team. So I think the loser interviews are good. You just have to have like give the teams a little bit of space to sort of have a chat amongst themselves, and then yeah, be tactful and respectful in the interview as well, right? Like understand the situation they're in. But I think it's really reasonable and a good thing that I think like OWCS and stuff should add. You know, like I understand how lots of the stuff that we saw in this event are hard for OWCS to add because it's like you can't add for fucking whatever it's called. What's it called? Like alternate reality? No, distorted reality. What's it called when all the stuff happens? Like all the magic happens. You know, the magic happens that isn't really there. Not virtual reality. Somebody help me here. Augmented reality? Yeah, I think that's right. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So I think all of that stuff is good and should be is obviously really impressive, but I understand how that's like a fuck. That's just a money thing. That's just a money thing, right? Like, the only other event I've seen it at consistently is the Dota International. It wasn't after a loss? Or you mean the Yubi thing? Was it after the China thing? Yeah, I can't remember what day it happened. I mean, the China thing also in the fucking client territory. I mean, I think the China players were a little bit rude. I think the China players were a little bit rude. But Yubi's definitely tried to stitch him up there in his post as well. So it's like, clients all round, you know? Yeah, like, I think from the China side of things, I don't think there was malice involved. But I think they're also being a little bit, like, they're fucking, like, kind of switched off to the whole situation, you know? Like, I don't think they can they really say that none of them saw the players walking over, and all of that? So, I think, like, Yubi, clients all round, right? Clients all round, I think, on that one. But I think it was definitely off from the China players, you know what I mean? Like, they seemed, it seemed like they just weren't paying attention, had no interest in them walking over or anything like that. Yeah, like, will you say, yeah, because I think that's a bullshit excuse, Wilder. Like, it wasn't in the rehearsals. Like, piss off, right? I can understand, like, again, I don't think there was malice, but these guys are seasoned professionals. How many times have they had to shake hands or fist bump after matches? So it just feels a little bit like they were lost in their own world, but I don't know. Felt like they were pretty upset and weren't paying attention, but yeah. So I like, this isn't to like defend Yubi either, right? Like, he clearly went after them with his like agenda, trying to, and I think there's something, it's like, actually there's like an overlap here, I think, between Yubi and Ms. Liz, where like Ms. Liz tried to claim there was no women in the crowd, but the problem is it's on video, right? So if you're going to say there's no women in the crowd, it's actually a very verifiable thing. Because you can just look at the footage. And similarly with Yubi, when it goes like, oh, they didn't try and shake our hands, you go, again, it was on camera, mate. It was on camera, so we can kind of see what happened, you know? So, like, it's just lots of people trying to present things one way when there's video evidence of it being the other way. Yeah, I mean, I mean, you know, what do we always say on Uncoachable? That there needs to be more rivalries and personalities within Overwatch. Well, in that case, right? In that case, we got a few more rivalries and a bit of spice on the timeline, no? So, we got our drama, right? We got our drama. Yeah, I think, like, it's 100% Yubi has mischaracterized the situation. But I also think it's, like, client on the Chinese players as well. Like, come on. Come on. You really didn't see him walk over? They didn't seem very switched on to it as well. Nah, I don't know. Well, like, they 100% see him Wilder. Like, been on those stage in those situations before. Like, I understand it's like a hard loss and you're kind of like in your own head. But especially once other people start going up, you know. I think it's really hard to justify that they weren't just like, again, like, I don't think it's malice as if they were trying to make like a fucking statement by not shaking their hands, but a bit of inconsideration. It was like inconsiderate from them. Inconsiderate, and a bit of a lack of sportsmanship there, you know? Like, fuck, you lost, it's hard, but just get up and shake their hand and say GG and all of that, you know? Again, I don't think any of it was like none of it was like real malice, you know? It was just inconsiderate. Inconsiderate and a bit of bad sportsmanship, I think, on the once again side. but by no means what Yubi was trying to paint it as either, you know. As always with things, right? It's not A, it's not B, it's somewhere in between. The grey area. But I think that'll do me. And I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Where do we want to go? Seeker? We send you to Seeker. When is EWCS? Like 2 weeks from now? Someone will fact check me. Maybe a week and a half, at least for the Swiss. Yeah, something like that. Alright then. I'll send you to Seeker. And I'll see you all tomorrow. And we'll probably watch some of Group D, right? Those are headline games. I want to watch Group D. And yes, they do. Some teams do skip Swiss, so it might. I don't know if I'll cover Swiss at all, honestly. Like, I don't know if it'll be worth the squeeze. The Swiss pill, maybe. I'm sure Chris will try and convince me otherwise, right? But I'm not taking the fucking Swiss pill. So we'll see. Super Sunday only, yeah. That's if I do it, it'll be Super Sunday only. But I'm maybe on the fence a little bit about that either way. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, you know. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. So thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And tomorrow we'll watch some more fucking Overwatch. I won't get distracted by all of these. Maybe even if I have time, I'll do a bit of a Power BI. And I can show you Power BI. And I can say, look at this fucking graph, guys. Look at this fucking graph. It was a great idea. Look at the fucking graph. So, see you tomorrow.